Yo, yo, yo. We're just setting up stream. Sending out the tweet. Gonna post it on the OS real quick. Alrighty. I think that comments are speech to text to speech, so I'm gonna try that real quick.
Hello 2K roster guy.
Wow. Alright. 21st century. Okay, so working on my Excel doc and everything. So here's what I got for the Rockets so far. Let me just adjust my mic placement, etc. Okay. So if you guys didn't know, I'm sure everybody knows by now, but just to summarize, the Rockets traded James Harden to the Nets finally for Caris LeVert. It was a 4-team deal. The Rockets didn't really get too much back in terms of player equity. They mostly got Nets draft picks and like rights to swap picks, etc. So I'm going to go over each team individually, but Harden went to the Nets. The Nets gave up Caris LeVert and Jared Allen, and technically Rodions Kurucs. The Pacers got LeVert. The Cavs got Allen. The Rockets got Kurucs. The Cavaliers also sent out Dante Exum to the Rockets, who was currently hurt. I think he's out for like a month or two with the strained calf. And yeah. So there's a lot to unpack with this trade. I guess just starting from the Rockets, who currently I have Caboclo on like a EuroLeague contract at the moment because they need to cut somebody in order to make this trade, and there's a couple players on the team that have non-guaranteed deals, and he's probably the most cuttable among them. Most people are saying, well, why don't they just cut Chris Clemens, because he was also on a non-guaranteed deal and he's hurt, right? But because he got hurt, his contract is technically guaranteed. So even though he's not going to play for them this year, it technically doesn't save them any money going that route. So my guess is they'll probably just be cutting Caboclo, even though he's healthy. He's not really in the rotation. And he basically fills the same role as Kurucs, so it doesn't really make a ton of sense to keep both around. He already basically lost his rotation spot to Jayshawn Tate, who's also on a non-guaranteed deal, but they're not letting him go because he's playing like 24 minutes a game, you know. And I think like David Nwaba's on a non-guaranteed also, but he's starting for the team, or at least he was prior to this trade. So you know he's not really an option either. I was going to do a team review for the Rockets tonight before this trade went down, So kind of awkward timing. Most of my notes, any James Harden related notes, don't really carry over, or they kind of do in like this is what the team had, and now moving forward, this is what they're looking at transition to be. Um, John Wall, I dropped his rating by 3 points. I guess touching on what I would have talked about in that video. I dropped his rating 3 points. His pass rating was his assist rate is only 24%, which is the lowest it's ever been in his career. 24% is like a 70 from a pass rating perspective, whereas like a 42% assist rate, which is his career rate, that's in the 90s. So his assist rate fell off. Uh, like Harden's assist rate was up this year, even though they traded a shoot first player in Russell Westbrook for a pass first player in John Wall. So like he was just like checked out and not really trying to fit. Like Harden was pretty passive. He wasn't attacking the rim as much as he typically did. He just wasn't really putting much effort in, and it affected the rest of the guys on the roster. So I do think that I've dropped John Wall, but I expect his numbers to bounce back with Oladipo. I think Oladipo is gonna make it's a pretty good backcourt pairing. You know, they're both similar ages, similar builds, both coming off of injuries, and they both want to be the centerpiece of a playoff team, or not really the centerpiece, but they want to be all-star contributors. You know, and I think this fits okay for the Rockets. I saw I had a comment, but I don't think it went up. Or no, I think just somebody just joined the vid. All right. Yeah, feel free to throw your comments, etc. On what your thoughts on the trades were. But Eric Gordon is more or less the backup point guard on this team. Like long term, you could say it's Exum, kind of maybe, but like he obviously can't stay healthy in his career, and he's out for the moment. So I think that they're going to keep bringing Gordon off the bench, as James Harden was effectively the backup point guard on this team. As they don't have a point guard. They're running Mason Jones and Roderick Thomas have gotten all their minutes at the one this year, but they're both really twos, which is just kind of it shows the mishmash of talent that the Rockets kind of had to work with, because even they had Harden, and then they traded they got Oladipo for him, so they still have a bunch of shooting guards that can play. Realistically, I might end up switching Eric Gordon to point guard, depending on how the rotations shake out. Because Ben McLemore, he made his debut a couple games ago, and he's been playing pretty well for the team. They're waiting for Daniel House to get back. Nwaba and Sterling Brown have been fine filling in the gaps. Like they're all basically the same rating. Like I'm not like super high on House or anything, as you can tell from like his rating. 2K has him at 74, so they're not high on him either. But I got him at 76. Like RPM does not look at him favorably, so his consistency ratings are pretty low on my roster. And contenders expressed interest in PJ Tucker, which I think makes sense. Probably not. They just don't need him. He's the wrong age for this team. He's 35. The other guys are about to turn 30. So obviously,
is the roster updated?
Is the 2K roster updated? No idea. Probably not. Probably not until tomorrow, is my guess. We can check that. And I do like Kurucs here, because he was reasonable with the Nets in his first year with the team, averaging 8.5 points. He started half the year, I think. Yeah, 46 games. But then barely played last year. He had some legal issues at the start of the year, which I think hindered his play a little bit. So he gets a fresh start in Houston, and I mean, as soon as Tucker gets traded, ripe for the opportunity, really. And Christian Wood, his production is basically the same as what it was in Detroit. I don't think he really fit well with what James Harden was doing. His numbers might see an uptick just because of Harden's usage rate. You know, they got to replace the shots somewhere. But this is definitely John Wall's team moving forward, for better or worse. And it's interesting to see whether or not Oladipo. I think in a perfect world, they're going to get a point guard, start Gordon, move Oladipo to the 3. But we got to figure. We got to see how the next couple of days shake out. Let's check the roster real quick. I doubt it was updated. You would have seen something on your screen like the roster's updated. You know, whatever it is. Go back to the main menu, etc. That message would have popped up, I think, if they did update the roster. So if we see that go up during stream, we know that's what changed, right? Nah, he's still here. Okay. So as far as the rotation, I think this is all pretty reasonable. This is the automated rotation. I don't craft my own custom rotation because anytime there's any kind of player movement or an injury, it's all out the window anyway. And I think for the most part, you can craft the ratings in such a way that hitting auto rebuild can get you close enough.
How do you feel about the trade?
It's fine. I think all teams got something out of it, and I don't think like Harden was pretty. Harden's pretty toxic. I don't know how the fit is for. You know, Harden was somebody whose rating I was dropping prior to this. He just wasn't trying at all, and you know I do like where the Rockets are going, like post Harden for the most part. Like they don't have any plans to tear everything down and do like a straight rebuild. They just want to stay competitive and use all the picks they got from the Nets to kind of bridge the gap, so to speak. Like other teams like Utah, Indiana, etc. They've never gone through full rebuilds where they tore it down. Who's the other team? So let's look at the Pacers before we look. Well, actually, no. Let's glance at the Nets. So I did drop. I dropped a bunch of Harden's ratings, and then I only dropped his overall by like 1 point. And the reason for that is, which I would have covered in this video, is he has 11 Hall of Fame badges. So all of these are keeping his rating up, right? His play right now with the Rockets did not reflect having any Hall of Fame badges. Like all of those with the Rockets, if you were just trying to replicate his production level, you would just drop them to gold. Now that he's with the team where he's going to actually give a shit, you know, it remains to be seen whether or not his production is going to be up. But even Harden half-assing it, he was still one of the best 2 guards in the NBA. His player efficiency rating basically dropped from 29 to 23, which is still, I think, best 2 guard in the NBA. It just statistically he's the best. That's without question. And the overall rating is made up. It draws from a lot of stats, you know. So it would make sense for him to be there. And also, he's a good defender. I always refer to Thinking Basketball. They released a video that covered how he was actually one of the better. He's been one of the best post defenders.
I think Harden becomes more Manu Ginobili in Brooklyn.
Harden becomes more Manu Ginobili in Brooklyn. Nah, he was with OKC, man. He's not. That ain't going down. I think, if anything, also Durant is going to be the one that loses touches for the most part, and probably even Kyrie too. Realistically, all 3 of them are going to lose touches. This is kind of not dissimilar from Golden State when they had Curry, Clay, and Durant. And I think Durant is closer to being Clay in this scenario, because of A, the the injury that he's coming off of. They're gonna and B, like it's just like the how he gets his shots. Even when he was in his prime playing with Westbrook, he was always like
Is your
deferring to
roster
Westbrook.
only on PS4 or did you make one on Xbox too?
Nah, only PS4, not the Xbox. Um, like bringing Harden off the bench is like bringing Kobe off the bench. Like it's only gonna work if the player wants to make it work, and that was what made Ginobili so
Do
special.
NBA rebuild please.
Message retracted. I didn't get that. All right, so just looking at the Nets real quick. I switched kind of minor for in terms of this year, but I switched Spencer Dinwiddie back to point guard upon making this trade, as he was going to start at two guard this year, and he's probably this injury is obviously what prevented him from getting traded in the first place. But because when he gets healthy, he's not going to start at the
James
two.
Harden always doesn't want to play.
James Harden always doesn't want to play. Well, Kyrie Irving doesn't want to play either. So, like Harden's actually bridging the gap there.
I don't think he comes off the bench, but I think he becomes more so the point guard when he's playing with KD and Kyrie.
Siri, like it's Kyrie, man. Kyrie, oh my god. Um, I think he definitely staggered them a bit, and certainly looking at the Nets roster, Harden was effectively the backup point guard on the Rockets between like this year and last year. So I don't think that's going to change. He's going to be the primary ball handler on any team that he suits up for, right? There is a big question of fit. Is there going to be enough touches between him and Kyrie? I think they can make it work, but certainly, I think the Nets would be smart to
237
stagger them a
PBR.
little bit.
Trails McCollum, Beal, Jaylen Brown, had to check for myself.
Yeah, that's probably fine. I'm gonna actually check myself too. I know CJ's been playing well. CJ playing well though is a product also of Dame not playing well. So as soon as Dame goes back to normal, you'd see CJ's numbers drop a bit. CJ's having a great year. He's averaging 28 points. Obviously, CJ's put up Harden numbers for 10 games, whereas Harden's put it up for like 500 games. So, there is that we're taking into account, of course. Obviously, the ratings at this stage of the year, not too much of it is factoring in this season's production. A lot of it is still last year's production. We're basically each season you kind of you start the year with last year's production,
Are
and
you
as the year goes
rebuilding?
on, you kind of merge together until at the end of the year, it's stats based on or attributes based on for the most part the current season. Are you rebuilding? Rebuilding what the roster, or I don't understand the question. But looking at the Nets,
Nets starters are going to have to play more minutes since their bench is terrible.
well, the Nets. I wouldn't say the Nets bench is terrible, but they are shorthanded at the moment because they only have 14 players, and I think they're short of the NBA minimum, so they're gonna have to sign somebody.
Are you rebuilding the Nets?
Am I rebuilding the Nets? No, this is my roster. Do you mean? Yeah, I'm not in like a my league season or anything like that. I'm in the menus. But finishing off the thing about Dinwiddie is he was going to start at the two this year. He's back at the one. I had adjusted his tendencies to reflect like the diminished role that he was going to have as a two guard with this team, but because like long term, I think he's obviously just a point guard, so I think I'll bring back his stuff. And he's also a player that I doubt he's ever going to play for the Nets again with James Harden around. The only way that happens is that they keep him is if they let Kyrie go, which is a separate conversation. It means that this trio.
Wait,
did
I
not
got
work.
a question. Does the Celtics hate Kemba Walker?
Do the Celtics hate Kemba Walker? I don't understand why they would. Kemba's hurt right now, but the future of the team, the Celtics have two stars under the age of 25. Um, Kemba, if anything,
Beckus, they said they don't need Kemba Walker.
I mean it's true, but that doesn't mean they hate him. Clearly they can. They don't need him. They have depth behind him. Marcus Smart's obviously a big part of that. I think that Kemba Walker is long term, like for his 30s. He's super Lou Williams. I don't think you need to start him necessarily. Like the reason that you would start him is because his contract, because he makes 35 million a year. But I think as an undersized scoring point guard,
If
he's
they
kind
don't
of.
need Kemba, then just trade him.
If they don't need Kemba, then just trade him. Well, for the right pairing has to pop up, right? As we saw with the James Harden trade, that didn't happen overnight. Certainly, they could definitely get something that they need that is of equal value of 35 million, right? Because Marcus Smart is such a luxury for them.
Kemba isn't getting traded. His contract is too much.
Certainly, his injury history the last couple of years and his contract size make that a little difficult. Yeah, I would agree with that. But like just looking at Marcus Smart, he makes $20 million a year less, and it's not that far off in terms of quality. Like, yes, you can start him at the two, but it's not and play them both together. But certainly not like a requirement. And I think that they also long term don't want to play Tatum as a four because that's essentially what you're signing yourself up for if you play Smart as the two.
Look here, what you gonna do with your roster? Release Kemba and Isaiah.
Isaiah Thomas, if this was 2015, yeah, I'd agree with you. But IT's just happy to get some work at this point. Uh, his issue is that he can't defend. Like he's always going to be that dude who he turns your team into a playoff team, but does he turn them into a championship team? That's a lot of and there's a lot of players like that in the NBA. Like Andre Drummond is another. You know, you could argue like Kevin Love is another player, and you had to turn him into like the Cavaliers. They won a championship despite him. Like they could have won a championship with Ryan Anderson, not with. They didn't need. They didn't really need Ryan Anderson to make $30 million a year in order to do that. But so here's what I got with the Nets. I pushed Dinwiddie back to the one. Doesn't really matter in the grand scheme for this year, but obviously the pickings are kind of slim here. So Harden's probably going to play most of his both backup minutes at the one. Although Bruce Brown, he might get a position change. He's starting at the one right now. For Kyrie at the moment, he's basically like new Patrick Beverley. Teams are going to quickly find out. So, at the very least, I can see them. I can see myself moving Brown back to the one, especially if since Dinwiddie's not like long for the team or anything in the long term. And they have Landry Shamet at the two. I think this is fine. I had TLC at the two because he'd gotten a couple starts there, but with the trade, pushed him back to the three. As they did trade Taurean Prince, who was
Do
starting
you
over
think
Joe
this
Harris.
team can beat the Heat?
Well, this team isn't a finished product yet, so I think definitely lots of teams can beat the Heat because the Heat aren't. They were the sixth seed or fifth seed, right? I think they were more lightning in a bottle than I would look at them as like a true contender. All these teams that were, they were all everybody was waiting on Giannis, right? So they didn't make moves this offseason because they were hoping to have the flexibility to sign Giannis next offseason. That isn't an option now.
Back day everybody say Curry can carry the team and look at the Warriors now Curry trash. Then.
Uh, yeah. I mean, what are the Warriors right now? The Warriors are 6-5, technically, but as long as Klay Thompson, the Klay Thompson injury sucks. They're 6-5, and Klay Thompson's making $40 million a year sitting on the sidelines. Like, it's kind of a what if.
Must be a kid, lol.
If Klay Thompson was healthy, they'd probably be. Right now, the Lakers are 9-3, and then three other teams are 7-4.
Brown is going to be a problem for other teams defensively. Shamwood is mostly useless unless the shot starts falling.
Warriors would probably be like, second or third in the West if Klay was healthy. Certainly, like they replaced him with Kelly Oubre, who has been god awful for the team, right? So replace Klay Thompson with not a corpse, and they'd probably be better also. But Brown's going to be a problem for other teams defensively. Shaman is mostly useless unless the shot starts falling. Well, I think the shot's going to fall eventually, right? Like, that's he made the NBA for a reason.
Hey, who's in the Thunder?
Who's in the Thunder? Nobody. Pokusevsky. That's my guy. Horford and George Hill might join the Heat or something in the later in the year. Like, I mean, looking at the Heat, they have kind of a weird roster. Like, obviously they've got they're starting Tyler Hero at the 1, but really Jimmy Butler's the point guard.
Damn Thunder looking trash.
But like they signed Avery Bradley, and Avery Bradley basically took Kendrick Nunn's role, so that wasn't ideal. And they didn't bring back Jay Crowder. They replaced him with Mo Harkless, and Mo Harkless has been garbage. And like the only player they've really been able to get production out of, like solid production out of at the 4, has been Olynyk. So again, they were hoping to fill Giannis here long term, which is why they didn't sign Crowder to a long-term deal and let him walk.
Jimmy Butler is the son of Michael Jordan.
If this was in Chicago, yes, I'd agree. Certainly, if his mid-range shot, if we could boost that 20 points, I would agree.
Please update Beal's mid-range and close range. He is damn near perfect. I can't bet against the Heat after last year.
Bradley Beal. Let's look this up. Well, he's definitely 54% from mid-range this year. It's actually so ignoring the mid-range is actually these two ratings, which I think a lot of people don't realize. Close range is just the short mid-range, and mid-range is the long mid-range. So close is basically all those. Most mid-range shots that occur currently in the NBA are happening from this range. It's basically the free throw line type stuff, floaters, runners, etc. Beal is 48 of 91, so above 50%. So yeah, he would deserve higher ratings here for sure. And he's shooting a lot better than he did last year.
Where Russell Westbrook?
I'll touch Beal in a second. But let me just finish off my Nets thoughts. So move Joe Harris back to the starting lineup. As Prince had overtaken him in the lineup. Not overtaken him. Harris was just having a great year. Just they wanted more defense in the starters. So maybe TLC starts instead of Harris. It kind of depends. Do they want more shooting in the lineup and just go all offense?
Where is Russell Westbrook?
I think I'm going to bench Harris, actually. It would make sense that they would have TLC as a 3-and-D guy in the lineup. Like, just have two defensive guys. Well, technically, I guess Kyrie is out at the moment. But, yeah, TLC and DeAndre Jordan, probably the long term.
Harris is so much better than people know.
Jeff Green, I guess, is the backup center on this team. Although technically Durant, like I had considered Durant the center over Green this year. But going to keep an eye on the rotations here, basically. If it looks like Jeff Green is backing up DeAndre Jordan. Then,
Harrison Brown starting today.
I'll make that switch. Harris and Brown are starting today. Well, yeah, I mean, they don't. That's because they don't have James Harden at the moment. You know, Brown is starting for Kyrie. I think he started the last game too, right? Let me just check that real quick. Last game, the Nets started Bruce Brown.
Kyrie injured.
Brown at the 1, Harris at the 2, Jeff Green at the 3, Durant at the 4, and Jared Allen at the 5. And they did bring Prince off the bench. Let me just check the plus-minus data on Basketball Reference, which is a good way to check lineups in general. To see who came in for Jeff Green or Durant. Maybe one was the 3 instead. Prince was in for Green. So, yeah, I would say the Green was the small forward in that lineup. So, I'm gonna keep considering KD like
the Fro is on the comps.
So, yeah, big takeaway from from this deal is Kevin Durant's the backup 5 on this team. They're going to go with that small lineup a lot more often. Now, because of that, I think you can argue that if Durant's going to be playing more 5, his offensive touches are probably going to be the ones to drop a little bit more. It stands to reason. He's effective. It's Durant who's effectively the number 3.
I miss 2 games for the lineup updates. Emoji crying face.
Emoji crying face. Thanks, Siri. Thank you. The Fro is on the Cavs. Yeah. I miss 82 games for the lineup updates. Is that site down, or I stopped using it, but I knew that it was still up as of like last year. I think I checked. Yeah, it's still here. 82 games is still. Oh, okay. 19-20 regular season. Okay. Did they stop? I know they weren't updating it daily. Was the thing. Like they updated it like halfway through the year. Last year, I think. So they might. But, I mean, Basketball Reference essentially duplicated most of what was happening with that site. 82 games, I have fond memories of that site. That site was basically the first, like, website that roster editors were using, you know, back when, like, advanced statistics just didn't exist. You know, at the onset of, like, when NBA 2K was first released. And we were all roster editing and stuff. When people were mailing me their memory cards in order to add my roster file, you know, back in the dark ages. But yeah, that's what I got for the Nets. And again, they are short on players. They only have 14 under contract. I believe they're required to have 15, so they're going to have to sign somebody. And or not 15, but 13 plus the two ways. So like the two ways don't really count towards your roster requirement. What they need is 13. So let's look at the free agent pool. God forbid you be able to sort it by position or anything, but
The basketballboards.net days.
I think I remember that site. Yeah. All right, ones they don't need. Obviously, they don't need any twos. Don't really need any threes. Hey, there's Andre Roberson, another ex Thunder. Maybe he's an option, right? Rondé Hollis Jefferson. I think RXG would make a ton of sense on this team. He used to play for the Nets. He had his best years with the Nets. He was cut from Minnesota and should not have been this year. Like he was good. He was good last year. And whatever. Where the heck is MP minutes per game in this 19 minutes a game? Like his weakness has always been that he can't shoot the three, but so he's basically like the modern Michael Kidd Gilchrist. He had some good years with the Nets, and he's a good defender. Like, why not give him some backup 4 minutes if you're gonna be running like Jeff Green at the 5 more or something? Noah Vonleh, he used to play for the Knicks. He had a solid run with the Bulls in preseason, but then he got COVID-19, and that's basically why they cut him. So he's definitely an option. MKG played with the Knicks in preseason. He's an option. Obviously, we're looking more for like potential centers since they just traded Jarrett Allen, and they don't really have a player in mind. Jordan Bell, he used to play with the Warriors, who back when Steve Nash was a consultant, and obviously Durant played with them also, so he's an option. Fabo Cephalosha kind of falls into like that MKG, RHJ kind of vein. He was playing center minutes with the Rockets last year. Not that I think they're gonna. Well, I guess also we forget that Mike D'Antoni is the assistant coach on this team, so yeah, I guess Fabo is definitely a legit consideration. I also played with Durant with the Thunder, so yeah, that's a legit option. I don't think Lance Thomas played with the team last year, and he played with the Thunder, so I guess technically that's why he was also around last year anyway. I forget that Durant was with the team last year technically, but in the short term they might bring him in once 10-day contracts or whatever are allowed. Kylo Quinn played with the Knicks, tough defensive-minded backup. Jan Mahinmi, defensive guy. Dwayne Dedman plays okay defense, good three-point shooter. Normally he's a good shooter. Wasn't last year. He's an option. John Henson's probably fine. Tyson Chandler, like you're talking about as like your third center. I wouldn't be looking at him for like Jarrett Allen's role or anything, but again, played with the Knicks. Played for D'Antoni last year. So, I guess it is worth noting they just to get James Harden, who played for D'Antoni. So anybody that played with the Rockets last year is also likewise an option. They're going to have that connection going for them. Yeah, but I would be looking at Chandler as like a third string. Like it wouldn't surprise me if they signed two bigs. Kind of depends on where like Nicholas Claxton's at in terms of his health. Because if they did spend a first round pick on him, and his skill set's not terribly far from Jarrett Allen's. Whether or not they think he's legitimately able to contribute or not, I would lean against that. But I don't work for the team or anything. They certainly have a better idea. Um, let's look at the Cavs now, I guess. Like they're in quite a their roster's interesting. So their top two guys are centers. The Cavs already went through this last year when they Tristan Thompson was like the best guy on the team, and then they picked up Drummond. So they're right back to that. And they can't play both of these guys on the court at the same time. Obviously, like I love the Jarrett Allen acquisition for the team. Don't get me wrong, because look at the core of this team. They're all like 22 years old. You know, the Cavs are set for the future.
The Nets could go for Henson if they don't think they have enough personality in the room.
Does John Henson have like a big personality? I wasn't actually aware. I've never he's never healthy, so I guess I haven't really noticed. And he's typically like I live in New York, you know, so the teams in like the Central America, you know, like he's played for who? Cleveland, Detroit, Milwaukee. You know, those are the teams that we don't really get a ton of on TV at like the local level. So I don't know a ton about Hesden's personality. I guess you can box Indiana into that same region as well. Although we get, you know, us Knicks because of our Knicks Pacers rivalry, we have a little that just gets a little more coverage in terms of name branding. Yeah, I mean, Okoro, Porter's been out, Garland's been good. Jarrett Allen's the center of the future on this team, like hands down. So the question is, what do we do with JaVale McGee's also been effective. Like he's the third string on this team. Like he's been playing fantastic. Let me pull up his numbers real quick. He's averaging 9 points in 17 minutes. His rebound rates are great. Shot blocking's great. Like they've been pretty happy with JaVale McGee this year. And now, so obviously Drummond's not the long-term center on this team, but they traded and they didn't trade
Henson
anything
had been
substantial for him.
suspended before due to an incident with Barnes. Entirely possible that was all Barnes.
Barnes, who Harrison Barnes or Matt Barnes? Probably, I would lean Matt Barnes, right? But John Henson suspension. Matt Barnes suspended 1 game for incident with John Henson.
Matt, of course.
It's back. This is 2016.
LOL.
Barnes was suspended 1 game for attempting to enter the Milwaukee Bucks locker room and verbally challenging Milwaukee forward John Henson. Was Henson suspended for this though? It looks like he was just fined. Or was he even fined? Gravis Vasquez was fined 15,000. Greg Monroe and Giannis were fined 10,000 for their role in the incident. Like, yeah, I think that was all Matt Barnes. Matt Barnes is definitely a personality. It's okay. There's there's a lot that
Maybe
happens
not.
in the NBA.
Looks like I'm misremembering.
You know, I've been following basketball since 1994. I've legit forgotten more about the NBA than most people know in their lifetimes. You know, so I'm not. There's definitely a lot that I'm sure I've misremembered at some point. But yeah, like McGee's been effective, so maybe contenders are more likely to target him. Obviously, he's much more affordable than Drummond. He only makes $4 million a year versus Drummond making 29 million. They're both expiring deals. May probably both get traded realistically, but you know the Cavs didn't trade much to get Drummond, so it's like what can they realistically get in exchange for him to make it worth it? And a lot of that just might be it depends on where teams are at. You know, like teams weren't willing to take on any like long term commitments because everybody was trying to stay in like the Giannis game, right? Maybe there
Who's
might
your
be teams
favorite
out
player
there
to
that.
watch right now?
Who's your favorite player to watch right now? Uh, I don't even know how to answer that. It's probably LeBron, but I don't go out of my way to watch like anybody really because working on roster so much, I don't get to watch as many like full games as I realistically would like, and B, I don't because I'm editing 30 teams. I don't have I'm not like a fan of any team, of any one particular team. Like people will ask me, "Oh, you like basketball, huh? Who's your favorite team?" And it's like that answer is so complicated for me to answer because I don't just pay attention to one team with like a couple star players. You know, you get to know the role players, etc. Like following 500 players versus following 15, where it's completely different scale. Um, like I like Chris Paul a lot. I wouldn't say that this year he's my favorite player to watch. There's also so much player movement between this year and last year that I don't have I don't know who is my current favorite player to watch this year because obviously one of my favorite players might be in a different situation or something than what they previously were. I like watching Jokic. Um, and probably Jason Tatum is always a joy to watch. You know, and no comment. No comment on the Knicks. Um, yeah, I think those are my finalists.
I love watch Lonzo haha.
Yeah, it's probably just between like LeBron, Tatum, and Jokic. I think. You know, that's not. I'm not saying run out and buy jerseys for them or anything. Um, I think James Harden does a lot of things well, but I don't like. I'm not going to stand for him and say he's like my favorite player to watch or anything. He's a very polarizing player. Like you either love him or you hate him, and I try to stay in the middle as of that as much as I can. Um, but yeah, let's head back to Cleveland real quick, because like, all right, so here's an issue that I have with 2K. This issue specifically isn't going to come up super often, but so their AI rotation or the rotations the AI that their rotations have in the game. They're looking at the overall ratings rather than factoring positions at all. So this is this is Cleveland right now. They've got Drummond getting 35 minutes a game.
I usually only watch lower tier teams because the games are more competitive.
Lower tier. Like, are you drunk? Or this is like the PS4's version of Siri. So I mean, they got some kinks to work on their end, I guess. But man, lower tier teams. Yeah, I mean, definitely. I don't like to watch. Yeah, there's only so many times you can watch the Giannis and the Bucks blow out a team by 30. You know what I mean? I think that's actually what people liked about like Kobe Bryant so much. Is technically like his Laker teams back when he was putting up numbers weren't the greatest. So he actually built his legacy a little bit by hitting more game winners during that span. Whereas like Michael Jordan in his prime, you know, he was, when I say prime, I mean like in the 90s when they were winning, you know, 60 something, 70 something games every year. You know, when you're winning a lot, you're usually winning by double figures if you're like a true contender. So you're not really, you know, hitting a lot of game winners or playing in a lot of close games when you're that good. So from that aspect, like players like Devin Booker, Bradley Beal, etc., they're going to be in more exciting situations more often than like other star players in the NBA that play for more competitive teams. But yeah, so JaVale McGee's getting 24 minutes a game. Jared Allen's getting 29 minutes a game. This is just like, and what can you really do here? Because Jared Allen was great with the Nets. Andre Drummond's been productive with the Cavs. Um, McGee's been productive. Like you can't, um, like what's the solution to this problem?
Good trade.
Even if we drop like JaVale McGee, his rating by like 5 points, right, to get him out of the rotation. They're still gonna the AI is still gonna throw a ton of minutes to these two guys. Like let's look at yeah, like the game is gonna use Jared Allen as a four right now. Maybe the Cavs do that. I don't know, but at least the way that their roster's constructed. Maybe Kevin Love being healthy isn't going to change anything there. Kevin Love being healthy is just going to take like one of these guys out of the rotation. Like they're not the AI doesn't take the positions into account when forming these rotations. So right now the Cavs are going to play like ass in the game. Let me uninjure everybody, or at least the relevant players. I'll uninjure Garland and Love.
They're probably thinking that no one is gonna watch the Cavs anyway.
The Cavs. Oh my God. Shut up, Siri.
Play with.
All right, so this is their lineup. Hey, this is a playoff lineup. You know, this is a good team. But yeah, it's still the same issue, except now you have Larry Nance thrown into the mix. And also, my thing is like they're throwing Jared Allen at the four. I don't have a second position at the four. You know, it's just like overruling. I can't stand it. So they don't have a backup guard. Let's extend their bench depth. So that gets Okoro in the mix. Like
It's annoying when I'm doing my leagues and I'm playing against lineups that don't make a lick of sense.
yeah, this is this does not make sense. Here, I just adjusted the minutes per position changed up top because I adjusted. Like 81 minutes they have assigned to centers. That's fucking ridiculous. You know, you can play
Taurean Prince
around.
is a decent playmaker for his position. I think they'll get by.
Like here's sort of a solution, right? Because right now, JaVale's got his high rating is putting him higher in the rotation, right? So if you drop him there, you drop him down a little bit. He's still getting 81 minutes to centers. at this point. You know, like, so what's the solution beyond that? You know, we effectively need to lie about his performance at that point and like tank his like rebound ratings or something. If we wanted to get him out of the rotation, you have to lie about his effectiveness because basically what the overall rating is like. This is the core function of the overall rating. You know, it's where do players fit in the rotation and like their trade value. Everything else, like the arbitrary value that people put on, oh, well, so and so is better than this guy. None of that fucking matters. It's all, you know, it's all for the most part irrelevant. Where it really matters is from the team composition standpoint. And this right here, you know, this is also my favorite part. So, in making all these changes, so I understand why we auto build the rotation, right? And then in the timeline, it overwrites some of it because now the problem is partially fixed because how do I get into we get to Drummond. He's playing 29 minutes a game. Allen's playing 17. McGee's playing 8 or 6. We've now effectively this has actually fixed the problem, but only in one end, only in the games that are played now. Like this is still going to be fucking with like the AI from like a my league simulation standpoint. Torian Prince is a decent playmaker for his position. I think they'll get by. Yeah, Cedi Osman's also a pretty good playmaker too. And Damian Dotson started at the point guard the last game, which was like interesting to me. They're another team that you know they have an imbalance right now. I can see them moving like McGee for a point guard or something. Where's Harden? Harden's with the Nets. Let me uninjure Kyrie. I'm sure he's magically gonna show up to work now. That now that Harden's here. Yeah, there's your Nets. Ugh. I don't like. You see Shamet's getting point guard minutes over like Bruce Brown. I think that's ideally something I'd want to change. Maybe take point guard away from Shamet. Not that I think that actually has any effect on. Yeah, let's actually see if that affects. That's this stupid rotation menu. Yeah, if we do that, what happens? Okay, it does fix that. Bruce Brown gets point guard minutes. What happens if we shorten the rotation and take away Chiosa's minutes? By the way, this is not my. This is one of the coach faces that they give you in game. This is not Nash's actual player model, but I thought it was close enough that I went with it. This is like homeless. You know, this is Steve Nash after 5 years of living in Brooklyn with. He's got like the Brooklyn homeless backcourt of like the guy with the with the overweight guy with a full on beard, and like the
Nash
guy
is
who
looking
believes in
crazy
astrology and
lol.
conspiracy theories, who like shows up to work like once a week and who's into all sorts of weird shit. Like
Nets backup C for tonight's game is Perry.
for tonight's game, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, he's a five. He'd been playing mostly the five in his minutes anyway. So they can get away with pretty much all teams in the NBA are playing fringe guys big minutes right now. So that's not this is what effectively we're still in November, right? We're 10 games into the year. So what are teams going to look like what teams look like now versus what they look like in the playoffs are two different things. So they can definitely get away with not having a big man for like the next month or two. Especially since we're getting to the point where we're starting to postpone a lot more games due to like COVID and everything. So like teams are gonna be getting more rest now inadvertently than they otherwise were. I don't think teams are going to get as worn out as they kind of had been previously, dealing with like health and safety protocols and all that stuff. But yeah. And so that's the Cavs end. I love the trade for them for the future, but just for this year, it's kind of awkward. And Drummond's not going to be long for the team, I don't think. And then the Pacers, they got Caris Allen. They're the most difficult team to project out of all of this. Because so I have LeVert's point guard at position at point guard because that's where he was playing with the Nets. He was Kyrie's backup. When Kyrie wasn't starting games, LeVert was starting games. And he was running like he was effectively running the offense when he was in the game. His assist rate was last time when I did my Nets review last week. He was 10th in the NBA in assist rate. So I have no issues with his position being point guard on the Nets. On the Pacers, I don't know what the F I'm gonna do. It depends on whether or not they start him or to bring him off the bench, right? Because the only reason you would have him at the one is if he was coming off the bench, right? And I think he's going to play next to Brogdon. I just don't know, like, is he going to play the one or is he going to play the two? You could, because if you start Brogdon's technically got 25 pounds on him, right? Who's going to be the primary ball handler on this team? It's been Brogdon, but Brogdon's also a better shooter than LeVert. So maybe you want him to play off the ball. It's not even close in that regard. Like, he's a straight up a better shooter. Otherwise, if you're not playing LeVert at the... I don't think LeVert's a 2 on this team. I think he's either a 1 and Brogdon moves up, or he's a 3. So I really don't know as of yet what I'm going to do. And he would be a 3 because TJ Warren's hurt. Oladipo had been starting at the 3 for this team. Obviously, he's more of a 2 than he is a 3, but they preferred to start like Aaron Holiday. And Aaron Holiday's got the size. He's the size of a point guard, but he plays the 2. Brogdon's the size of a 3, and he plays the 1. Like, this is the definition of positionless basketball in a sense, right? It doesn't matter what the heights and weights say. It's what job are you filling on the court. So I think temporarily I'm gonna peg LeVert as a small forward, but I have like zero confidence in what his second position should be. I'm gonna like tentatively say the 2. But I don't know. When Jeremy Lamb gets healthy too, that might throw a wrench into things also. And as far as they moved on from Oladipo. Oladipo made comments saying that he didn't want to be on the team, etc. He'd been playing better this year. To start the year, he'd kind of tailed off a little bit since. Levert's under team control for the next 3 years, whereas Oladipo was a free agent at the end of the year. So that's really all that Indiana cares about, since they're not like a hot free agent destination. So having team control, that's all they care about. So they have their core for the most part locked up. Yeah, really the only guy that they would just need to resign like Doug McDermott. Otherwise, everybody else is around for the long haul, and they've been playing pretty well too. They are tied for third in the East, 7-4. 11th offense, 11th defense. So maybe Levert hurts them a little bit defensively. I don't think Levert's better than Oladipo in the short term. He's just more of a. This is just more of a long term thing. He's also 2 years younger than Oladipo, which I think people forget. Like Levert's an older prospect. He's in his fourth year, but he's 26. He's not, a lot of times I catch people talking about him like a future thing. Like, no, this is who he is. He's not getting a ton better than where he's at, I don't think. Oladipo shooting 42%, 36% on three, averaging 20 points. So 20 points on like not great percentages. He's having 4 assists. Steal rate's pretty solid. Yeah, I mean, Levert can slide into that role pretty capably. Let me just check Twitter real quick. Let me see what Waj has. Does Waj have any more tweets on this? No, I'm just trying to find out who the Rockets are going to cut, if anybody. The Rockets are 1 over the roster limit, so I believe that they need to make a move in order to finalize the trade. Otherwise, let me just head back here and undo those injuries, or redo them, I guess I should say. I think this way is just faster.
Which Cavs center do you think is going to be traded now?
I mean, definitely Drummond, but it may not. It just may not happen right away. It might happen at the deadline. It's hard. It's hard to move him. He makes $29 million. I think there's going to be more interest in him this trade deadline than there was last trade deadline. But certainly, I don't think he'll be a Cav next year. And I think JaVale McGee's probably the more likely of the two to be traded, just because of his salary. They'll probably trade both, I would think that if they were looking to make a trade like immediately or within the next like week or so, McGee would be my the safer bet to move on. Like you could maybe even I'm surprised he wasn't like going to the Nets in this trade. You know, to be honest, the trade technically isn't finalized, right? So maybe that could happen, right? Is there anybody making $4 million that the Nets could send back? The issue is that they don't have a ton of, they only have 14 guys, and not all of these guys are eligible to be traded. Like, nah, I don't know if they like giving up Claxton is worth McGee, maybe for the team goals, but that's still only they're still 3 million short, right? Yeah, nobody. Unless you were to include like Spencer Dinwiddie in the deal to send back to send to the Cavs, but I don't think the Cavs are, at that point is separate. I'm sure that was discussed, and that there just isn't a match. Yeah, nothing. Yeah, that's what makes trades in the NBA so hard. Because you got to make salaries work, and there's a lot of instances where they just things don't line up. And it becomes really hard when everybody's making the minimum. Everybody that the Nets have is basically like a filler throw in. They don't have if they were even going to get somebody like a JaVale McGee, you're looking at like a 3-for-1. And at that point, you just have to sign multiple players to take their spot anyway. Plus, That's not also factoring in like the luxury tax stuff. Like I don't know, I haven't considered like the hard cap ramifications and whatnot. Like the Nets may not even be able to sign X amount of players until like later in the year, depending on how all that works. I'm going to sideline Kyrie for the moment until he comes back. I'm assuming he might be out for the year. Who knows? We might be talking about James Harden as like Kyrie's replacement, not.
If I were 2K, I would hire you. They need someone to actually do the job. Not just someone to get paid to tweet about the NFL.
No comment. No comment on what other people talk about on Twitter. Listen. First of all, lots of people tweet about football. Okay, like lots of your favorite basketball analysts, etc. Once Sunday comes, that's what they talk about. In terms of what they talk about the other 6 days a week, that's again, it's also one thing. I enjoy talking to you guys because right now this is a pretty small scale, right? Like I got 5 or 6 people in the room. We're just chilling. Once that number ramps up to 50, it's a different game. Once it ramps up to 500, different ball game. 5,000, like once you had to hit like different levels of engagement, the job becomes a different. You if you tried to respond to everything, you would never be able to, right? And then you just have you're in that chamber of like people just like screaming at you, the game sucks, do your job, like who wants to really go through that and go deal with that? And so if I had the job, I would be a different person for sure. You wouldn't get the same real 2K insider, greedy Rashidi, whatever the fuck people out there call me or think of me as.
Let's just say I do not see Stauffer ever communicate about 2K or his rosters, with or without responses.
Well, again, his account just like my account, just like the Czar's account, just like most everybody else's Twitter accounts. They're not company accounts; they're their personal accounts. And it's like he's entitled to tweet about whatever he wants to on his personal time. Like if he was, if somebody was tweeting about football on the official 2K Sports account, that's one thing, but they can't. Unless they're going to tie, he ain't getting paid for it. Is basically what I'm trying to say. Like, whatever 2K gives you on that end, or whatever the developers give you on that end, should be considered a luxury and not an expectation. Um, Certainly, I think that it would be helpful for somebody to like be in my position and be like a community liaison, but until the higher ups decide to that's an effective route that they want to go, that's just not a realistic like expectation. Because and the reason that they haven't gone that route, the higher ups, is essentially basically you want to have an actual NBA analyst if you're going to be going that route, not like some nerd on the internet who plays with numbers and stuff. Because when people start asking the hard questions, you can't respond with that kind of stuff. You need to be able to talk your way, through things, like, so the level of expertise, communication skills, etc. Like we're talking about hiring, like Kevin Harlan or somebody, like that kind of level to do this, and who at the professional level, that's like that. Like even if it wasn't like a Kevin Harlan, like a Mike Breen or somebody on one of the talking heads on ESPN, even if they got like fucking Kendrick Perkins to do it, how many of them know a goddamn thing about like the ratings or tendencies or any of like the technical minutia of 2K? Like, first of all, most of the people that ask about all these questions related to the gameplay, they don't have any kind of understanding of it. So it's like even if you told people like that the correct answer, a lot of it, people hear what they want to hear, or they don't realize that they're being told the right answer. So they just it's an entirely, it's a difficult problem, and it's one that if they were going to do it well, they would have to throw a lot of money at it. Is that worth it at the end of the day? That's up for debate. That's something you got to pitch to 2K. Make them want to make that investment. Have somebody be responsible for communicating. They have Ronnie 2K right now wearing like 10 different hats. He's the he's the community, whatever his title is. He's that guy, but people go to him to complain about the rosters, the servers, X, Y, and Z. He's that in itself, like they need more than one person doing all that. I know Chris Manning. He used to kind of team with Ronnie, right? I'm not like familiar with like all the 2K drama and how the hierarchy works and all that stuff. But he used to do a lot of content with Ronnie, and then I guess his position changed or he left the company, and then he came back, and he's just working on like 2K TV stuff. Um, and I think that Ronnie inherited a lot of Chris's responsibility once he left. Are they ever going to bring in somebody to like refill that void? I'm just a roster editor. I don't. Those are all difficult decisions. That I'm just here to play with numbers, not make those kind of decisions. But it's definitely all interesting things to think about. What do we want from our video game company? Do we want like a high level, like top tier level of like community engagement? Is that going to be productive? We already have like there's the perfect world like idea that we all have in our heads of something, right? And then there is the actual execution of it, like 2K League. You know, with that I'm sure did not go as 2K would have liked. Nobody cares about it at all. Nobody that I know of, you know. I'm sure the NBA isn't thrilled with it. It just kind of like exists. It's an experiment. They got the funding for it and they gave it a shot. So if they were gonna go get more engagement and get actual like high level basketball analysis tied to their what's going on with their roster and everything, where's the money coming from for that? It's coming from somewhere. You know, what budget are we taking it away from? Because it's easy to say, the company made X amount of $1 billion or whatever. You know, they can afford it. Well, okay, I guarantee you the money that they make, it all goes somewhere. It isn't just going into like, the executive pockets. You know, things cost money in order to implement, and it's all a lot more expensive than people realize. But yeah, that's my take on that topic. I wasn't expecting to get to go that route.
I mainly
Good
expect
question.
ratings and even player information, X, college they played for, to be accurate and consistently updated. If someone like Y,
If someone like you can keep it updated, why can't they? Uh, so it's easier for me to keep up with it because it's not my job. Because it's a passion project that I can do on like my free time. Um, once it's your job, it's a like the reason I'm able to do it is because I'm not making $45,000 a year to do it. You know, once we're talking that kind of money, I'm now required to do X,
it's
Y, and Z things,
impossible.
right? What's impossible? I wouldn't say it's impossible. It's just very hard. Because they're not just working on like keeping up with all this stuff. You know, mind you, the conversation that we're having for like this last hour, I've barely been able to work on the game, right? Because I've been, talking with you guys and interacting over other stuff. So it's like community engagement. Once we ask like the people who work on the rosters to do that, like you're effectively taking away from the ability to do the job. Like it's an awkward balance, right? Um, and the more time I remember 2K back when stuff like originally got hired, they were putting out like detailed blog posts over like stuff that changed, and they started moving away from that. And I think it's because they realized like writing this shit up probably took like the better part of a day, and
Updating the ratings and accessories on a consistent basis.
well, yes, this is true, uh, on a consistent basis, because that word in itself means different things to different people. If 2K updates those consistently once a year, in one sense, that's consistent. I don't need accessories updated on a daily basis. There are some people who flip the fuck out if so and so doesn't have an armband that they wore for the first time last night. Like, the I try to keep my expectations realistic. The stuff that does grind my gears is just like random like player information being off, because it means whoever did data entry, like whoever did data entry doesn't know how to do the job. They need better interns, or B, nobody's checking the work, and that's more that's the part that I care more about. Like you can have shitty interns as long as you're gonna as long as you're gonna check them, but nobody's checking them. If you guys didn't know, Mamadi Diakite has a misspelled name in the 2K roster.
Dakota Mathias and Nate Hinton both do not have accurate college, for example, but I do see your point.
Oh yeah, do they not? Where did they play? Because I'll have to fix that. Xavier, Ohio. Because I copy pasted from or imported their DNA from the roster. See, the thing is, I don't like for me, my custom roster, that doesn't make a difference, right? You know, this is all very technical information. It matters more on like their
Mathias Purdue
and Dakota Mathias Purdue. Yeah.
Hinton
Okay.
Houston.
So who played for Xavier that they copy and pasted him from? Right. That's my. Let's find that out real quick. Can we do that? Basketball reference Purdue NBA. NBA, ABA players who played for Purdue. Going by year. So they copied Carson Edwards. It looks like, probably. Because he was the most recent player to play for Purdue. Either that or Etwan Moore. Maybe they used as like a base. He's 10 years old because he's 6'4", 200. Kind of the same build. That's interesting. All right, let me, while I'm here, thanks for the intel. So yeah, stuff like that grinds my gears because it means that they're not reviewing the information. But this isn't like game breaking or anything, you know. This right here has no effect on the actual game itself.
I guess I am just obsessive.
Yeah, we all have our things. I definitely relate. Obviously, you can't be working on rosters if you're not obsessive. That's definitely true. What was the other guy? YouTube comments. Nate Hinton. Hinton plays for Dallas. Texas A&M. What does he play for? Like Texas Normal? Nate Hinton played for Houston. Okay. Who played for Houston in the NBA? Houston, the most recent player before that was Damian Dotson. So I guess they copied him for that. I don't know. Which, yeah, 6'5", 210. They definitely copied Dotson. Okay. Let's check their tendencies.
I think there are more, but those are two I have noticed.
I would assume that all of the rookies that they added are probably fucked up in some regard. I went through and none of them had play initiator turned on. So like all the point guards like LaMelo Ball did not have play initiator. That's a pretty big deal from a gameplay standpoint. That's much more significant than whether, you know, what college they played for, right? Like that's actively hurting the gameplay of the game. And apparently I added Pete Toll on that because I don't think none of us realized he checked next gen. On next gen they all have play
Yes,
initiator.
a lot of the rookies are off.
On next gen they have play initiator, but not on current gen. So I don't know what happened there because they're technically using the same rosters aside from the badges and whatnot. Which most of the badges, by the way, are I like how we're jumping into different topics here. Let me just look at Hinton's tendencies real quick. All right, 60, 55, 15, 50. All right, let's check out Dotson.
Agreed, but I think it is a simple detail that should be correct.
60. All right, it doesn't look like they copied him. Either that. Oh wait. Oh, I think I might have updated Dotson's tendencies. Yeah, let's check on the defaults. Let me just change to college first. That's all I need to know is like all the rookies have the wrong college, and I gotta research that. College from, oh god, I'm gonna sip my coffee for a minute. Oh, there we go. I would love to just be able to type. You know, we are in 2021, right? Just type and have a drop down similar to like when you type somebody's name. Like we can do that. We should just be able to do that for the college, but I digress. Uh, okay, let me save. Let's check out the regular roster real quick. It prompted me telling me the Nets don't have enough players. Okay. Just reiterating that they do need to sign somebody. Oh, the Cavs also cut Yogi Ferrell and Thon Maker as part of the trade. Yogi was on a hardship exception, which they can't keep him because now they have a healthy amount of players with the trade, or I guess they, for whatever reason, they had to let him go. And Thon Maker was on a non-guaranteed deal, so they also had to let him go in order to make room for the incoming players. And obviously, they don't need a fourth string center on this team with Jared Allen around. He's also a player that conceivably could just join the Nets, right? But we'll be checking Hinton. Okay. Okay. Oops. Let's check out. It doesn't look like the tendencies copied, but maybe like all that stuff gets carried over with like the player model. I don't really know what their process is when they're adding players to the game. I just know that it's not it's ineffective and creates it creates more errors than there should be. What I would work on if the first thing I would implement with 2K if I took a job there is the the templates that they use whenever they add new players to the game. Those all need to be updated. They don't even need to be like whatever random number generator that they run these players through. Um, that doesn't it doesn't need to be so random. Like similar to how the builds of a player in like my player, they all have like set they all have set ratings, right? Like each archetype, like just pick an archetype, and each one will have like this is their default, not just for the ratings, but for the tendencies. Leave the tendencies as is for the most part, and then based on their college production, that's where you would you would like adjust the ratings, and like there's a handful of like stuff that you can adjust with the tendencies. But for the most part, like NBA players are NBA players. There shouldn't be especially in today's game, like they're all like kind of carbon copies of each other. You're either a star or a role player, and there's very little in between. Um, all the off-ball shooters are for the most part just going to have very similar tendencies. There isn't too much to separate each one of them. One might take more floaters than the other off the dribble, but for the most part, like functionally, they should all play very similarly. So they don't need to have like
If you get hired, please remove the dang ABC nickname. Make no sense that Kometo the 5.
What was the second half of that? Since make no sense that Kometo the 5. Carmelo the 5?
Came over.
Came over the 5. I still don't understand the second half of that, but yeah, I'm not big on the nicknames. Um, never have been. Those were nicknames were just placeholders for like Kevin Harlan's voiceover work essentially. Who, while we're here, okay, so this is the stuff that really irks me. Okay, as I saw this. Um,
Came over to the PS5.
oh, came over to the PS5. Oh, ABC is in the it's in the PS5 roster, like it slipped into next gen by accident.
So tendencies could work on a scale similar to how you base the intangibles rating for your roster.
Not exactly how I
Yes.
base the intangibles off my roster, but like they're effectively there's only so many different types of players in the NBA, right? We can look at like two guards. Well, let's break down the two guard position real quick. After I showcase Diakite. Oh wait, they fixed it. Ooh, they saw my video. Okay. Yeah, Stopper. By the way, he watches me for sure. Um, because the way that I know that is he has Langston Galloway at small forward, which is something that I talked about in one of my videos. But Diakite. Okay, so they had his name misspelled, and and the worst part is that they have the actual name in the database. Oh my god, they they somehow have the wrong name in the database too. But wait, what? Hold on.
Cool.
They have the
That's
wrong
official.
name. Okay. All right. So Kevin Harlan will say the name, but he doesn't say it here. I don't know how how the bad name ended up in the database. That's got to be some kind of coding thing. But ooh, okay, he just doesn't say it. I'll have to at Kevin. Let me check. Where's this guy? Because I actually added Kevin Harlan, like not intentionally. I think I just mentioned his name, and he responded to it in a tweet. That they added Davidas Servidis to the game. I can't believe I said that correctly, but they added Servidis to the game, but he didn't have his name. He was already drafted by Detroit like 2 years ago, and then he came over this year from he played in Israel last year. So they added him to the game, but he didn't have his voiceover name in the game. And typically, when players get drafted, 2K will add them. So I just mentioned that, they don't have him, and that Kevin Harlan needs to do a voiceover. Kevin Harlan responded to me within like an hour saying, "Thanks for the heads up. You know, we're going to get on that." So. Oh, baby. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So 2K does listen. 2K does listen, and they do have people that care about these minor details. You know, it's not like, a lot of it is there's so much data that's being passed around that, like, if the wrong thing gets posted, they don't always realize, and somebody has to point it out. That's okay. But I'll make sure to tweet. I'll tweet Kevin after I get off the stream about that guy's last name. But let's look at the two guards. Okay, and we're gonna be looking for like player like roles, right? Like, or archetypes, I guess you could say. So Seth Curry is like the undersized shooting specialist. So I'm gonna write that down. Okay, Seth Curry, undersized, like combo shooter, combo guard shooter. He's not really a combo guard though. He's just a shooter. You know, like, are we really? It's sort of like he's more point guard than JJ Redick, right? So like shooter slash point guard. Then we have Shake Milton, who is on the bigger end of that spectrum. Like he's like a combo guard, also a combo guard, but more like a wing. But he played more point guard last year than like Seth Curry's ever played in his career. So I think we're still considering him like a combo guard. But I guess you know what, they probably don't function like too dissimilarly because Milton doesn't get a lot of his points like off the dribble or anything. You got Thibault, who's 3-and-D. You've got Korkmaz, who's really more of a small forward. But sure, let's. Does this differ at all from Thibault, though? Like Thibault's more of a. They're both kind of slashers. Like Thibault's just not. Thibault's a pretty unique player in that he's not an offensive player at all, and he's more like a 3-and-D guy out of like necessity more than like because he's actually good at it. Whereas like Korkmaz is like more of a traditional shooter. So let's just call Korkmaz shooter. Isaiah Joe fits it. He's shooter. DiVincenzo's like kind of just like all around. Like he's a slasher, but also shooter. Yeah, he just doesn't excel in any like one particular area, so he's like all around. Forbes shooter, and he's also in like the Curry mold. Okay, Levine. Levine's our first like star like scorer. Slasher. Like you know what? You can't even call him a slasher because he takes so many threes. So just like overall scorer, like he would have similar tendencies to like a Devin Booker. Zach Levine. Temple's a shooter, 3-and-D. Kind of more like DDV or like even Thibault, I would say. Yeah, same. Thibault, less shooting, more slashing. Sexton is...
Any movement with the Knicks on rotations?
Sexton would have been a point... Sexton came into the NBA as like a point guard, so his tendencies should be more in line with like a scoring point guard. But technically, scoring point guard. I'll just put that down, because so like his tendencies would be similar to like a Jamal Crawford or something, more of like a hybrid like combo guard. Porter's just like general scorer, I would say. Exum, likewise, a point guard that transitioned over. I also don't agree with his position being at the 2, but that's a separate. This is the 2K roster, not my roster. Dotson, shooter. Jaylen Brown.
How far you think the Nets going now?
Jaylen Brown's pretty all around. Like a good version of DDV. Dante DiVincenzo. I would say score, like just general scorer. Yeah, he's especially compared like now. Yeah, he's in the scorer role. Similar, probably not too far from like Zach LaVine actually. Just doesn't dribble as much. Marcus Smart's another point guard. Point guard is its own thing. Like half of 2 guards now are former point guards, or were point guards in college. So I think they would be have tendencies under the same kind of the same jurisdiction, but then their tendencies change when they switch positions. Like Smart, when he's playing the two guard, is more off ball. His tendencies to reflect more of an off ball role than an on ball role. Right now, this year, Smart is a point guard because Kemba's hurt. So in theory, you would have somebody like when these players change positions, you need somebody to also change some of their tendencies with them, and maybe they could have somebody with, if you had two sets of data to work with, like this is what his tendencies are going to look like when he's a point guard versus when he's a shooting guard. That would be ideal. And that might be something as simple as like he gets plus 20 in these and minus 20 in these, just to reflect a minor difference. It doesn't have to be like you don't need to go through and completely re-rate 80 fucking tendencies, because for the most part you don't need to have that level of specificity. It's mostly just stuff like attack versus dish out, and stuff like, where is it, pull-ups and like the drive tendency. That's all stuff that should be higher when you're an on-ball player than when you're an off-ball player. Yeah, so this I can't co-sign. I don't know. Some of them are, he was copy pasted and added to the into the league like that. But Robert Williams, he doesn't take mid range at all. And I don't even know how much that affects the gameplay, because again, like what's his mid range tendency? 4, 10. Like some of these, even if drive pull up was like a 99 here, I'm still not even convinced it would make that big of a difference. But let me just get back to the chat questions real quick. How far do you think the Nets going now? The NBA this year is wide open. I do think that Milwaukee's probably the best team. The Sixers have been playing pretty well. Celtics have been good. The Nets have been all right, and the Nets are only 6-6, but obviously, they haven't been. They've been without Kyrie for a little bit, and they're not a complete team. They're short. They have 3 roster spots that are open now, and there's a lot of guys that they could potentially add to help shore up. They traded their starting center, and they're going to have to fill that gap somehow. So to be determined. We don't know who they're going to get. Langford is like athletic slasher, I want to say. But basically, yeah, so each or athletic defensive slasher. And we made those 3 things like his archetype, just like when you make a my player or whatever, right? Like you're picking from archetypes, that each one of those should have a predetermined set of tendencies, so that this is what they're when they work on the stuff in the under the hood, when they're adding players right after the draft, or like realistically, they add them before the draft. All the players in this game, they have them on file like when they're in college. Like 2K doesn't just like, they get drafted and like they start working then. Like, nah, these guys are all, they have a database on all these guys, just like NBA teams, But they don't ramp up their activity unless it seems, like the player's going to get drafted, etc. And then really the issue there is then whatever amount of time that they have, or the amount of resources, like people working on this stuff, etc., that may not be enough, and that's what causes a lot of inaccuracies, because regardless of how many people they got working on it or whatever, the deadlines are deadlines. So, and I don't know if I'm the right person to get that job either, because I'm awful with deadlines. Like, You know, it's a miracle that I've been able to get on YouTube to like produce you know, sticking with the daily video routine is hard for me. You know, again, it's easy to work on roster stuff when you just like roll out of bed and it's not your job. You're just doing it for fun. But you know, when you need to do it, it's a different monster. Any movement with the Knicks on rotations? That's from 10 minutes ago. But Obi Toppin just came back from injury. So this is where I've got the... I can't stand this. Let me actually... Can I tank him any further than this? I just want to get him out of the rotation for the moment because he hasn't played yet. And that'll keep Kevin Knox in the rotation. Knox, like... Kevin Knox sucks, but he continues to play. Like, and he's playing better this year, but it's still just a reflection of just how much he sucked the first 2 years. Like, where are his numbers? Also, the Knicks play today, right? I'm not. I think they're playing the Nets actually. NBA.com. They're in the third quarter. Oh man, Nets are up on them by 16. I'll probably watch the
They're
highlights.
playing the Nets now.
Durant's got 24.
Getting their doors blown off.
Jeff Green's got 11 on 4 of 4. DeAndre Jordan 7 and 11. Bruce Brown has 12 points and 10 rebounds in 21 minutes. That's interesting. Joe Harris has 10 points. NBA.com, of course, like NBA.com has the worst fucking positions like known to man. They have Joe Harris listed as the point guard of this game.
They playing right now. I'm watching it. Please lower RJ Barrett, Brick City.
Oh yeah, Barrett's like I crunched the numbers on him real quick. In the 3 games that he scored 20 points or however much he scored, whenever he scores 20 or more points or 25 or more points, he's shooting 60% from the field. In the 8 games that he did not score 20 points, he's shooting 28% from the field. Like, are you an NBA player? Yes or no? Like, he's either an all-star or he's like G League. There's literally no in between with him. And it's obviously frustrating because the team used a lottery pick on him. You know, the number 3 overall pick. You would want the guy that's going to have the all-star games. But is it at the cost of having...
What's Randall's potential? Is he topping out here?
That's a good question. Typically, I have a potential system also. I have a potential at 90. I think that makes sense because he is 26. So I run a 5-point scale with my potentials. Just in general, if you raise somebody's overall rating above their potential, it increases their potential. Which is why I just always, like, if a player is, let's use Reggie Bullock as an example. Rather than, like, a lot of times 2K will just have, like, he's a 76 overall. 2K probably has his corresponding overall as or potential, I should say, as a 76. But once you raise his overall rating, his potential naturally just goes up. So I prefer, if a player is, like, 76, I just bring their potential up to the next tier higher. So, like, he tops out at an 80. Rather than like play around with like, oh, he should be a 78 or a 77. No, I don't give a shit. Like, he's just an 80. We'll just leave it out there. Like, the way that overall ratings work in the game anyway, there's already like a 5-point tier system with them to begin with. So having the potential structured that way doesn't affect too much. So
I appreciate your vids and streams. You keep the rosters realistic.
Thank you. And I've explained my intangible scale before.
Thanks for explaining that. Planning on using your roster moving forward.
Awesome. I've explained my intangible system before, but this is basically the gist of it. 2K's adopted some of it. because I have been using it for a couple of years. I did modify it a little bit between seasons this year, but basically, I look at a G Leaguer as a 50, a player in the, or let me start at the top. 99s, except for Quickly and other players of his ilk, 99s are like your Hall of Famer, like multiple time All Star, etc. 90s are going to be your like like All Stars, like Drew Holiday, like made the All Star team a couple times, or let me find a different team. Jamal Murray is like a future star, but he's not a perennial All Star. You know, he might make it a season here or there, but they value him as like he's a franchise cornerstone, I guess is maybe the appropriate term. Like not the franchise player. He's not Jokic, but he's up there. So that's what I consider 90s. 80s are essentially starters and sixth men, but like a tier below all stars. So like Julius Randle's a good example of that. Really, any starting level player is going to be an 80 or a sixth man. Like if Alec Burks was playing more, maybe he would be an 80. But like the high level six man, like Lou Williams or Montrezl Harrell, things like that. 70s are role players, meaning they're in the rotation for their team. Usually it's like the whoever's the backup, and then 60 is the third strings. You know, basically the guys who have NBA contracts or play like they've established themselves as NBA players, but they're just not in a rotation right now. So even though I have Pinson on a two-way contract, which would normally be a 50 on my scale, because he played like 400 something minutes with the Nets, like he's played a reasonable sample. Like he's an NBA player, whatever. I consider 50 to be like developmental, you know, like barely plays. And what does intangibles do in the game? Well, nothing except it control the overall rating, and the overall rating is what the game uses to calculate rotations. So you want players with more important roles to play more and have higher ratings. You know, so that's the one way you control that. So that brings us to Emmanuel Quickly with the 99, or Bullock with the 99, R.J. Barrett with the 99. Why are these, or Kevin Knox with the 99? Why are all of these players maxed out? Obviously, they're not future Hall of Famers or anything. The way that the 2K formula, the overall formula, calculates their rating, they're coming in too low. And they're not going to be in the rotation unless their rating is higher. So that's why we have to max these guys out, or else they're just not like appropriately valued. Like if we drop all these guys,
nobody is missing Knox.
And technically what we just did with Gibson would be undone. So last year Gibson would have been an 80 in my system, but this year, because he's a third string, he would be a 60, which shaves a point off of his overall. So that's a good example of that system. But if you didn't go to those extremes in an effort to like control the overall, now you have issues where, you know, the bench is all messed up. Like these guys are in the rotation and they're not going to play. Like Kevin Knox, if you rate him accurately, he's not even going to be on the active roster, which is, you know, like that's how bad he typically is. So, and if we didn't have the intangibles rating at all, here's how fucked up the ratings would be. Or I guess you could argue that they're fucked up. You know, who knows? Like we got Nerlens Noel rated over Elfrid Payton. R.J. Barrett's in the dumpster. And Kevin Knox is barely better than Brett Dacus, who has not played at all. Like, so I understand the criticisms of the intangibles attribute, but it more or less is a necessary evil in order to get the overall rating to do what it's supposed to. My issue that I take with the game is, or with 2K's approach, is that they use it as a crutch. Half the time they will, like, they'll rate players and then they'll keep their intangibles. Like, they do this a lot with the rookies and stuff. Like, they'll just rate them, but then give them all super low intangibles, and then when they perform better, they'll just raise their intangibles up and then talk about it in an update like, oh, so-and-so went up 3 points. Well, actually, no, he didn't. Like, you didn't improve anything related to, like, his skills. He's not going to perform any differently. You just changed the number to get him to play more. And a lot of times, there's a lot of players in the 2K roster that don't function on the court the way that they're supposed to. Let me see the Knicks in this box score that Randall's got 24 on 10 of 19. Barrett's having an okay game. Barrett's got 16 points on 5 of 12 shooting. That's, compared to the rest of that's okay. That's the Knicks would be happy if they got that from him, this year. That's better than his average game. Elfrid Payton's having a shitty game again. I like Elfrid Payton, but oh my god. And yeah, speaking about NBA.com and their positions, they have Payton at shooting guard, looking at their official box score, and Rivers as the starting point guard. Like, ugh. Is that just because of, like, their heights or something? 6'3", 200, 6'3", 195. Who knows?
Barrett, he
knows?
Started off 1-6.
He started off 1 for 6. Okay. So he bounced back a little bit. Good. Hey, Kevin Knox is 2 for 2 in this game. We're ragging on him, but he's better. And Obi Toppin's played 57 seconds in his return. Quickly, he's having a bounce back game. He'd had a couple good games, and then a couple bad after that. So 11 points, 4-7 shooting. Nerlens Noel, nothing in 8 minutes. I like Nerlens Noel, but his numbers were through the roof last year, and like he had like a 20 PER last year, and this year he's at like 11. And I think
Knox hit a 3 right after you said he sucks.
He what? Knox hit a 3 right after you said he sucks? Good. I'm glad he's listening. 2K, as long as, if shitty people listen to me, then the world's going to be a better place. If Knox will start playing well, 2K will start putting out good rosters, everything will be all right. But Nerlens Noel, he, a lot of his production, I think, last year was tied to him playing with Chris Paul, as his numbers are way down this year. Last year he had 20. He was also good with the Thunder in 2019, so he just made him tailor-made for their system. He was good in 2017 also. Yeah, so certainly he might just be a bad fit in the system. You would think that he would be like, oh, he's a similar player to like Mitchell Robinson, so he would fit well in the system, but like if they're not running a lot of pick and roll, then he's not going to have a lot of value as like a rim runner or anything. So his true shooting percentage last year was 71%. He shot 68% from the field and 76% from the line, which is how you get true shooting percent that high. That's like Tyson Chandler numbers. This year he's got an 11 PER, mostly tied to his 54 true shooting percentage, which is his true shooting percentage has not been that low since his first couple years in the NBA with the Sixers, when they didn't really know what to do with him offensively. So, and his turnover rate's also way up, which suggests to me that he might be either A, they're not getting him into spots on the pick and roll, or B, they're asking him to do a lot more offensively than he should be. So He's a player that so his PER dropped by 9 points, but what can you realistically change on him, rating wise, right? Because he's already not like he's a pretty limited player, right? Like unless you were going to tank his finishing ability, none of this stuff is going to affect his rating. Like, are we tanking his athleticism? Is that why he's struggling, or his block rating is still high, his steal rate is still up? What can we could drop like his offensive consistency, sure. Like, let's do. Oh, okay. Well, his rating didn't change. All right, so uh, ball handle rating, sure. Let's drop that 10 points. Okay. Well, that didn't change anything. Can't shoot. Dunking. He's still. I mean, again, he's played limited minutes. He's only played 129 minutes so far this year, but he's dunking 35% of his field goal attempts. So I mean, like, what are we really gonna do? Like that?
Do you ever play the game, or do you get as much enjoyment out of working the roster?
Do I play the game? Mostly, I am in the menus adjusting the roster. Um, I have my own philosophical reasons for that. Obviously I enjoy roster work. Or I wouldn't do it. I don't enjoy to like. It's not a commentary on like the game itself, but I'm not as big of a gamer now as I used to be. Like I'm 37 years old. If you guys were not aware, I have been playing 2K for 18 years now. So pretty much most of my adult life, I've been working on rosters and stuff. And I started watching basketball in 1994. So 27 since I was like 10, right? So um, my gaming has just changed. Like I in general don't play games very much at all now. And it's not just because of like my roster editing, like just other games in general. Like back when I was a kid, I would play like I would replay role playing games, over and over and over, or spend an entire day playing like an RPG, or I would play fighting games, or and now my preferences on what I do with my time have just changed overall. And 2K's gameplay itself isn't really clicking any buttons for me in that I feel like I get any anything out of playing the game. Like, yeah, I could spend an hour playing the game, but it's not like I don't consider it like a strategic. I don't fantasize about being in the NBA, so there's no I don't need to play my league or anything like that, or my career. I tried out those. I was never big on those modes to begin with, partially because like I don't know who needs to hear this, but my career is just an RPG, and if I'm gonna play an RPG, I'd rather just play a good RPG rather than like a shitty RPG with basketball like elements like smacked copy and pasted on top of it. You know what I mean? Like if I want to get my level of enjoyment in that regard, like I'll play the Final Fantasy VII remake and go through a nostalgia binge with characters that I actually give a shit about, like leveling up characters that I actually give a shit about, rather than like, oh, I gotta make sure I score enough. I do this task in order to raise my 3 point rating. One extra point. Like that's not. If I was cared about like boosting my stats, I would play Skyrim or like lots of other. That's that's just me. I've more or less aged out of like being 2K's target demographic for the game, and I'm okay with that. And as far as like gaming, I mostly play like this is gonna sound stupid, but I play a lot of like Magic the Gathering, which is a collectible card game that I played that when I was a kid also, and then I fell out of it for like 10 years because basically everybody went to college. You didn't have the same people that you were playing with, etc. So like, it's a social aspect. It's a social game, right? Because you're playing cards with other people. So I fell out of it, and then I turned 30, and I was bored out of my mind. My friend dragged me down to something, and I just started playing again. So Uh, like the I think Magic and like other I just preferred to get my strategic stimulation from a game like that, which also had like social aspects. It was getting me out of the house more than video games were. You know, like I don't play. I've never been big on like joining like PlayStation parties or anything like that. Like I don't play Call of Duty to like play with my friends or anything. Like my personal gaming just like completely changed. And I was going to tournaments and stuff like that back when I actually cared about it. I've since like retired from Magic. You know, I'm not. You know, it's if I want to play a game, I can just turn on my computer, log in, get my fix, and go away. I don't have to make it like a significant portion of my. You know, it's lower on my tier list for hobbies at the moment, but um, just the I like the aspect of like playing a card game. That's what you're doing with my team. You know, you're building your deck and you're trying to find the right mix of players. You're opening packs, etc. You know, like all of those things, like all every mode in 2K that it has to offer for the most part. There's another game that does it better. You know, it's whether what you're really paying for is the NBA license. So how much the NBA license matters to you, like affects, like directly affects your engagement with the product. And I'd rather just play good versions of games rather than you know, with different IP. You know, like the day that Marvel ever makes a good role playing game. You know, like I played the Avengers game for a little bit, and that game was fucking trash. I would not recommend it. The day that Marvel ever plays or makes like a quality RPG, who's gonna play 2K? Like, raise your hand. You know, who's gonna deal with the my career aspects? Not me. You know. Yeah. I like how that question created a lot more engagement out of me than who's my favorite NBA player. I, you know, that might also be an indicator of where I'm at in terms of like my level of NBA engagement. Like 10 years ago, I would have told you like Jason Kidd or something, no problem, right? But um, today's NBA is like not as because every team has like their own star player. There's no like it's harder to pick like an actual favorite because nobody really stands out. I think. Let me check this next box real quick. I said I was going to work on somebody, or let me head over to Bradley Beal. That's from 2 hours ago. Let me crunch him real quick. So the roster work that I've been doing for this past week, I haven't put out any videos the last couple of days. I just wanted to do some like maintenance work in response to like the 2K roster dropping. They dropped their first update of the year, and I just wanted to make sure that I have all my guys set where I want them to be, and then I can work on like specific like team specific reviews rather than like going through like the daily grind and stuff. The daily grind is useful for me for like keeping track of where players are at, or like the trends that the NBA is going
You make
towards.
these rosters on PlayStations?
I don't think like the daily dumps are more like top like unless you see it the same day, it doesn't really matter. Whereas like the team review stuff, I think that's going to be more like that's going to be content that you can use as a reference like 3 months from now. You know what I mean? Like it's just more relevant time wise, and it's something that we can actually refer back to. You know, like if I made a Nets review, there's been a trade now, so now we actually get to revisit the team and compare. You know, so I think that's more topical, I guess, than like the daily dumps that I was doing. So let me see Bradley Beal, 35 points a game. Jeez, 49% from the field. That's pretty good. Last year he was 39% from mid-range. He's 39% from his career. He's 54% this year. Combine the two, and he's at 42.5% mid-range between the 2 years. So this is... We can at least do that. Did that boost his rating a point? Yeah, it did.
I
Okay.
love the team reviews. I play a 3-0 team my league and use your videos for reference. I
Awesome.
do not carbon copy, but it is very helpful content.
Yeah, and that's what I'm aiming to do, is make content that is applicable to a number of people. You know, I'm not. I think I don't want to do like dick measuring contests with like other people's rosters and stuff. Like, the one thing that I think that I have over other roster editors is the fact that I've been doing this for so long. I'm also more comfortable talking about it. And I also have a dearth of NBA knowledge that I can fall back on for like these kind of conversations and whatnot. So that's I think that's more useful than like specifically just talking about the numbers. Like numbers are one thing. The context to understand them is something completely else. Bradley Beal, and this is where I wish I wasn't streaming on like the PS4, because then I could show you guys like what I'm looking at on like Basketball Reference and whatnot. But I tried. Maybe we can go back to that once I get the PS5, because the PS4 doesn't. The remote play system that it has is not stable enough in order to have streams. It was, and then they patched it for the PS5, and since then it just hasn't been. Like my streams would drop every 10 minutes. It was weird. All right, and his close shot rating also went up, or should be going up. So last year he was 150 of. Oops, 150. Nope, 150. Come on. Of 184 plus 176 is 190, 360. Is 360.
A couple years ago I made a no duplicate all-time roster. Took over 5 months to finish.
So, I don't know why I'm crunching his numbers for last year. Like, I already know what he shot based on his rating. Yeah, so 85. He shot 41.5% on a pretty good volume. So that's how I got that number. And this year he is shooting over 50%. So we said what? 150 of 360. So 48 of 91 is 52.5%. So 150 plus 48, and then 360 plus 91 is 451. Is 80. We can do that. Like, it's still an early sample. What? Let me do that for his mid-range too, rather than just guesstimating it. 58 of 150. 84 of 198 combined is 85, which is, yeah, 86 is where I put him at. Yeah. I don't know. I can see myself going a little higher. Let me just notate my changes. Or last year was a 79, and last year was an 85. Let's go 90 and 86. Let's just go 92 and 88. How about that? And then 82 3-point last year. That he's shooting a little better. We'll probably just boost that a point or two. 82. Let's make it an 84. Oh, hey, we boosted his rating by 2 points. 2020. Last year he was an 88. This year he's a 90 overall. Anything else changed? That because that overall may not stick. Passing. I think I touched his passing already. Yeah, I did. Okay, his pass rating's down because Westbrook's around. Offensive consistency already maxed out. I don't think there's anything to really change on him besides that. Technically, his rebounding is up a little bit. All right, so I'm just going to boost his rebounding by 3 points. So 42 and then 54. Boom. What did this take? Like 2 minutes? 3 minutes? And he's completely redone. At least relative to what he's doing this year. You can go deeper now with tendencies. Tendencies, his usage rate is higher than it was last year. 36.5% compared to 34.5%. So yeah, not really a ton we can change there. Maybe Westbrook is going down. I doubt it though. Because like the problem is Westbrook effectively both of these guys effectively break the scale because they are so high volume. Like the 2K, like this system was not designed for the extremes that we're seeing today. It was designed for like the 90s where teams had more balanced splits, where every team wasn't like a superstar level player surrounded by 6 role players. There was, there would be, instead of having 2 guys with maxed out, there would be a guy with, 2 guys with like an 80 and like 3 guys with a 60 rather than like 2 100s and like the rest are 40s. Westbrook. Oh, actually Westbrook. Yeah. Okay, Westbrook is the number 2 guy on this team. Whereas Beal is up. That's interesting. Makes a little bit of sense since he didn't affect James Harden's usage too much. Westbrook's also playing like trash. Let's drop him too. His PER is 13. He's shooting 38%. And this is basically why Westbrook from close range right now. Like last year, he was basically like 75, and this year he should realistically be like a 45, which is below what I'm willing to give him. Ooh, that just dropped him from slashing playmaker to not even a slashing playmaker, just a straight playmaker. But I mean, volume, etc. Like I don't want to go too nuts. I don't think I need to drop him there. Foul drawing's probably fine. His assists are up.
Russ is injured.
Well, I mean, when he was playing, he missed the last 2 games. He was 4 of 16 in his last game. Yuck. Or I say yuck, but that's probably his average game now. And his rebounding. Yeah, I already boosted that. This would actually be what drops. Yeah, I'm not gonna touch him too much. How hurt is he? He will miss at least a week due to a quad injury. All right, sure. If a player's gonna miss a week, I'll take him out of the lineup. Smith was Raul Nato starting instead? Probably, right? Yeah, Nato's starting. All right, so then what we do with Ish Smith is turn on non-starter, and boom. This is, yeah, all the other starters are good. I actually like this. I like this roster. All the shitty players got hurt, so now not that Thomas Bryant is shitty, but he's just an offense first player. Like you would, if you're gonna have Bradley Beal, you want.
Westbrook needs to take notes from D Rose. Rose changed game as his athleticism declined. Did you get the new update? Patch 107?
Well, Rose didn't his athleticism didn't decline. He had major injuries. He was forced to change his game. Like it's not the same for Westbrook, who like his decline has been a lot slower, so he doesn't have to. The rate at which he has to reshape his game isn't the same like scale. Like Rose had to change his game, or else he wouldn't be able to walk. You know, or he wouldn't be in the league right now if he didn't change. Um, Whereas Westbrook has been pretty durable and only recently started dealing with injuries. Um, but that probably is going to make it harder for him to adapt because you can't teach an old dog new tricks. You know, Rose's injuries happened young enough that he was able to relearn some of his on court behaviors. He's only what he's 32, and how long ago already was, you know, six? We're going back 6 years.
I think Westbrook
Or even
wasted
more.
a lot of defensive potential, had the athleticism to be an all-time great on that end.
Uh, yeah. I mean, he is an all time great in a sense. He's the modern Oscar Robertson. You know, I mean, he's a 9-time All Star and was an MVP. And I mean, five times on the
I
All
meant on
NBA.
the defensive end specifically.
Oh, I mean, it's difficult to be a high impact defensive player in like today's NBA. Like if you're gonna like compare him to say like Gary Payton, who's probably like the best defensive player that was also a good like all star caliber offensive player. He also played in an era where it was possible for him to play like a Patrick Beverly style of defense over like a 48-minute span.
Jordan.
Jordan did that as well, but Jordan wouldn't be that guy in today's NBA. You know, like the closest thing we realistically have to that is to Jordan is LeBron, and there are seasons where LeBron has coasted on defense. You know, for the most part, he coasts through the
Yeah,
regular
Russ
season.
came out of college known as a defensive god, future Hall of Famer, but he was able to guard basically anybody out of college.
Race Cunningham, known as a defensive god. Well, I mean, Russ was also a two guard in college, as the other thing. Russ Russ was like one of the most athletic draft prospects ever. Like he was a total freak, and you know he was a two guard in college. They basically said, "Here, learn how to play point guard. Go for it." And the NBA level, you know, and this is what we got essentially. Um,
No, he wasn't. He was just faster than everybody.
Faster and stronger, but and again, but he was doing this also at a time where, you know, like look at number one overall pick in that draft was Derrick Rose, and I think the draft after that or before that was John Wall, right? Like that was the era where all these athletic point guards were effectively going first overall. Before that, a lot of point guards fit the mold of like Chris Paul or Darren Williams. Like they weren't athletic freaks like jumping over people, and you know. Um, and Westbrook was a good defender for like the first 10 years of his career. I'm not gonna say that he was like an actively bad defender. I wouldn't even say that he's like a bad defender now. Like the defense, the impact that you can have on the defensive end as a point guard in today's NBA is very, very limited. Like even
Good.
like Kyle Lowry or like a Chris Paul, if they're a good defensive player on your team, it doesn't guarantee that like they don't have the same impact on your team's defense that like a Gary Payton or a Michael Jordan would have, 30 years ago, is basically what I'm saying. Is Westbrook a good
That is
defender?
why my statement was past tense, was never bad but had potential to be much, much better.
Uh, like I think Westbrook, I don't think he ever was in like the bottom half of defensive point guards until like maybe very recently. And like even and then you're really thinking of him as like 45th percentile, like not like fifth percentile. You know what I mean? Like he was never. I don't think he was ever like the Trey Young of point
I'm
guards.
back.
Like there's a distinct difference. And speaking of like Trey Young's kind of like the average point guard in a sense, in that him being good or bad on defense doesn't really change the fortunes of the team too much. It's like Steve Nash being, bad on defense. Like his offense is so good that it basically overcompensates for all of that. That's most point guards in NBA history are like effectively at that level. Like even if Trey Young was like Chris Paul's level of defense, it wouldn't affect things for the Hawks a ton in the win loss department. Whereas like that's why whereas with centers are a very high value defensive position where the difference between an Enes Kanter and an Anthony Davis are that's where it's actually making a difference. Trey
Trey
Young is
Young is good at 3 points.
I would argue uh, he's bad at 3 points. He's good at 4 pointers. He's a better shooter from 30 feet than he is from 25 feet. Or rather, his percentage isn't affected by moving back X amount of feet. And to maybe uh, also like in terms of like the 4 pointer thing, he's also probably better at and one
That
threes.
is cause ever since he became a point guard, he got the keys to focus on scoring the ball and passing, so it is hard to do all three. Scoring, P. Do you think that is a factor of sample size?
Talking about Russ. Well, I do think that like there's only so much energy that you can expend on the court, so it's coming from somewhere. If you are putting all of your focus onto into other areas, it's we just aren't limitless. Um, and I think Russ when he was younger was able to balance things, but as he's getting older, he doesn't have quite the same energy. As you slow down, you're not able to. That the defense is usually where you start losing a step, right? And traditionally, players that once they're on the other side of 30, in order to continue playing like an acceptable level of defense, that's usually when they
Also, Trey
take.
Young is shooting worse from 3 than Russ right now, laughing.
Yeah. Players, as they get older, take smaller offensive roles as a way to conserve energy, usually, right? Trey's. Well, that's because Trey's shot selection is trash, not because he's a bad shooter. Like Trey Young uh, is is going to be the all-time leader in 30-foot three-pointers. Because I crunched the numbers on that over the off season because I was using 30 footers to determine my the range extender badge, or whatever it's called in next gen, because they renamed a bunch of badges, but then acted like they they took out a bunch of old ones and brought in a bunch of new ones. No, most of them just got retitled or like merged together. It turns out, um, but range extender or whatever they call it now. I just use 30 footers, and he's hit 50 30 footers in 2 seasons. The only players in NBA hits in all of the NBA that have hit 20 or more are all over the age of 30, like in their careers, 20 or more. Like LeBron's hit 31 in his career. Guys like Kyle Lowry, James Harden, they've hit 20 in their careers. Um, so Trey is third all time on 30 footers, behind Curry and Dame Lillard. So, and he's going to pass both of them, like within the next 2 years. Like Dame I think has like 84, and like Curry has like 59. So Trey is passing Curry this year, and Dame probably whenever Dame, Dame's also up there too. Like in terms of he ramped it up last year in terms of like how many shots he's taking from like the logo and shit. But that all factors into Trey Young's shooting percentage. He's taking higher degree of difficulty shots than other players. So that's not reflected in his base 3-point rating, which is an interesting wrinkle to evaluating him. Basically, him, Dame, and Curry, you kind of have to throw their 3-point rating out the window because they're taking they're just taking tougher shots, and then you can crunch the numbers of what they shoot on like standard range 3-pointers. Like I guess I would consider that like 25 or 24 feet to 30 feet. But unfortunately, Basketball Reference does not distinguish that range yet in their database. I had to go through NBA.com to figure that out, and then from there, if they ever do distinguish, what 2K can do is it's not like super relevant to 99.9% of players, but realistically, there should be a tendency for it. The shot 3 tendency, that should only be extending, like cut the distance on everything below, like all that lower arc stuff, or you know what I mean. Like you could have you can have a tendency for shooting from deep, because right now I don't think the computer shoots it all from deep, right? Granted, this all is contingent on them improving the gameplay to even make that like possible. Like who cares if like it doesn't matter if the tendency exists if like they don't have a good way to balance that anyway. So that's a problem for 5 years from now rather than like the present. But and of course, I'm advocating them adding a tendency when they don't even have like the ones they have. Like
So you're suggesting Hot Zones show a fictional 4-point line to help with that?
Essentially, if they want players to pull from 40 feet, they would have to do that. Like a fictional 4-point line, like they were talking about adding the 4-point line to the G League, right? Like it may eventually come one day, 10 years from now, right? Like that's not super crazy to consider. It's being talked about. I'm personally not in favor of something like that being added. I don't think it's necessary. I think once you're going that route, you maybe need to change the rules to start moving on the other end of the spectrum. Getting closer to the basket somehow. Because I don't think it's going to be, people taking 40 foot shots or whatever is going to be, it's going to get old really quick. And the strategic aspects of, imagine a team is down, X amount of points, and they were able to tie it on a fucking 40-footer that counted for 4 points, and they got fouled and went to the line and hit the first 5-point play in history. Like, that's not I don't think it's that aspect of it is super relevant, but like the like I just want them to, if players are going to be shooting from the logo and creating going that route to create like the necessary spacing for all the other positions on the court, that is something that you know they're gonna have to eventually add into the game as it becomes necessary. And when I mean necessary, I mean like fans want it. As I'm sure you guys know, the game also doesn't play, a game of 2K does not reflect the game that's being played in real life. They're still trying to get a good grasp on that. So, again, that's
There are
theory
really
crafting.
only about 10 players that do it. 3-4 THST shoot it at a good percentage.
Oh, exactly.
I
That's what I
am
mean.
from Indiana and being a basketball nut, 4-point line is fundamentally insane from a teaching standpoint for younger players.
I agree with that completely. I don't think, like, again, I'm not saying, again, this doesn't apply to the majority of players. All I'm saying is, that's how you would want to control the one to three that actually do it. And you would want to be ahead of the game because just because the players are only a handful of players do it now, but we have an entire generation that's growing up watching Curry, and we have Trey Young that he entered the league right away and is shooting shots like that. He's 22 years old and is going to be the all-time leader in 30 footers before he turns 25. You know what I mean? So if every team all of a sudden has a Trey Young, that's you want to be ahead of the curve and not like trying to program this thing like after it's
Curry is an
already
all-time
happened.
great, but not great in the sense of changing or adding rules from his impact.
Uh, Curry changed the way that the game is played. I think that's pretty.
I am a basketball ref. High school kids including girls shoot 3-5 feet behind the 3 line.
Yeah, I do not doubt that. Um, are they making them and miss?
And miss.
Yeah, well that's probably the worst part about high school ball, especially if you're I don't know what level of high school ball, but if you have anybody that's like that's like a future prospect or whatever, like high level high school ball. It's not the misses that are going to make the highlight tape. It's whichever one you know is the crossover 30. That's an actual NBA move. That's really all they're trying to replicate, right? But I also can't shoot. I mean I wasn't a good basketball player when I was a kid myself, so I can only imagine what it would be like playing with like people who are just jacking from like 30 feet or whatever. Different world. I was always a defensive minded. Because I couldn't shoot, I just wanted, and like Jason Kidd was my favorite player when I was a kid. I just wanted to be a defensive. I wanted to be Patrick Beverly, essentially. Um, like just a defensive point guard that harassed you. I was usually bigger than like a lot of other.
Curry completely changed the game. Gilbert Arenas was one of the first deep shooters. Yes, they hit it at a good rate, deep 3s.
Deep threes. Okay, yeah. I mean, listen, deep threes are only a bad shot if they miss, is the thing, right? It's a good shot when they go in. Um, it's all about that consistency. Are they going in at a rate that mathematically makes sense? Gilbert Arenas would have killed in this era. He was ahead of his time essentially. Gilbert Arenas was effectively who like the I think he was the draft comp for Damian Lillard, if I'm not mistaken. So it would make sense that there's probably a lot of overlap between them statistically. And aside from all the personality stuff and like all that stuff aside, his injury, how old? He's still young, right? He's Yeah, he's under 40. He's 39. Like if he didn't have the injuries, he probably would have only recently retired. He would have been able to carve out a Lou Williams type of scoring role. Lou Williams is like my barometer for.
I think the shot selection is a regional thing. Most teams in the state of Indiana do not take those kinds of shots. Coaches would bench them.
Mm. Yeah, I couldn't tell you. I don't follow the New York scene at all. But that's partially because the New York high school scene has been a really not great for like the last 20 years. Ever since like Lamar Odom was our last big like prospect, and he transferred to he was playing upstate New York at some point. I think he was only he played at the high school closest to me for like 2 years with a couple other NBA players, Eric Barkley, Omar Cook, and Speedy Claxton and Odom were all on the same team in high school. But since then, like, now players make the NBA and like they'll mention in passing that they played in New York, and it's just like, oh, okay, that's weird. I never heard of them. There was a bigger following for it also. I think locally.
For example, Kyle Guy and Romeo Langford were mainly drivers and mid-range in high school.
Okay. I mean, Kyle Guy. Well, Romeo Langford, he's still mainly a driver and mid-range guy, but Kyle Guy, what did he do in college? Eh, uh, yeah. I mean, Kyle Guy kind of had a little bit of Jimmer. Like by the time his junior year hit, he was taking 7 threes a game. But
Players are so much faster now, you have to have a deep three in your arsenal. These kids close so fast.
I agree. Yeah, that's a good point. Um, that's something also that I think a lot of people don't understand about like NBA level defense is, they've had to they've limited what you can do defensively, in part because players got so good defensively. Like, like the 2004 or 2005 Spurs and Pistons, like that was not the basketball that was being played was not ideal. It was not great to watch. And money talks. We can talk about the purist, basketball purist aspect all you want, but the league exists to make money. So offense is always going to be whatever's more entertaining to watch is always going to take priority. I guess it also works out that also ends up being safer for players because it's the way that players get hurt is, when somebody makes a hard play on you defensively while you're in midair, right? Like they want to avoid those kind of situations, like players being undercut on dunks and whatnot. Obviously, money talks. If players aren't available, then they are, teams don't want dead money on their books, is the other factor.
I used those two as examples since they are two recent MR basketballs that I saw in person.
Siri, you don't know how to say Mister? Oh my god. Two examples, two recent Mr. Basketballs I saw in person. Yeah, I imagine high school basketball is very big in Indiana, obviously. Um, I'm not even sure how is it like the most popular basketball state in the country. Would that would be my guess? Like offhand, not really knowing a ton on the subject. Maybe California, like the LA area, has a big high school thing. I know it's popular like in the tri-state area. New Jersey is like the hotbed for it. What am I doing?
California teams on film despite having the recruits would struggle here on sheer fundamentals.
I don't doubt that at all. I do not doubt that at all. If LA's, all flash and no substance is like the definition for LA, right? Luca flirted with a triple double. Giannis had a triple double. Just going over NBA stuff.
I'm in Florida. The speed of the game is much faster than college.
That's interesting. That's all.
I would say Minnesota, Wisconsin are closest to Indiana.
I hadn't really considered that each state might have like a different metagame. That's all interesting to think about. I wonder how much the NBA teams factor that in
What's up?
when evaluating like a player's history. What's up, Sky? Minnesota, Wisconsin are closest to Indiana. Yeah, like not like indoor, cold weather indoor stuff. So they're more the it's going to be more structured, right? Because you're not playing as much like unsanctioned ball on the street, right? If you're playing in more structured atmospheres, you're going to have higher grasp of fundamentals. Whereas in LA, you can go outside whenever you want, pick up a ball and play. But that doesn't mean that you're playing does not necessarily translate to improving because it's what you're working on during that while you're playing that affects you. Like just jamming games doesn't make you a better player. You have to know what you're working on. So I'm sure colder weather states probably focus more on fundamentals because they have to make up the gap of not being able to get as much like court time as somebody that lived in like a warm weather state. The reason New York high school sucks is we have no funding in our school system. Like our kids don't have anywhere to play. Whereas like there's very few schools that have like a like quality coaching or like equipment or anything like that. Like most players in New York probably just like it wouldn't surprise me if there were more people in the 2K league that like lived in New York as a result, because we probably play more 2K than we do like actual basketball, just based on how like that's just our
The
situation.
Pacers' fever are a huge part of the high school scene in Indiana.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, you guys also have the Hoosiers, and like it's just more like legacy type stuff, the like the Bobby Knight and everything. It's just more in your culture. All right, let's see. I worked on the Sixers. I think the Sixers are done. Aside from this rating kills me because I've already tanked his intangibles already, and there's not like a ton that I can do. The game just overrates center, uh, the rebounding for the centers, and like it's the one thing that he does good. So I'm not gonna like tank. I can't tank his rebounding. Can't tank Dwight Howard's rebounding. I'm sorry. He's what is he all time? Uh, he's eighth or no, sixth on the all-time list for defensive rebounds, 10th on the all-time list for offensive rebounds, 12th on the overall list. Literally every player that he
What is Nick
trails.
Batum's weight in your roster? 2K hasn't updated his weight for 3 years.
Who is that? The top 15 rebounders in NBA history are all in the Hall of Fame except for Dwight Howard. So yeah. What is Nick Batum's weight in your roster? 2K hasn't updated his weight for 3 years. I'm whatever the NBA lists his weight as. 230, which I think is updated, right? They probably have him at 215 or something like that. I think this is the more recent.
I guess that makes it a little difficult to not say Howard is a Hall of Famer.
I mean, he's Hall of Fame, no question. You know, like he had like not the greatest last 10 years, but his body of work, like the Hall of Fame is not a high bar. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 2302K200.
Um, 8-time All Star, 5-time First Team All NBA. That's fine. Do we don't have to go any further than this. Like 8 All Star, ignore the rest. Like 8 All Stars Hall of Fame. It is what it is. But once you get that, like 8-time All Stars Hall of Fame, 3-time Defensive Player of the Year's Hall of Fame. Like, and he's both. Even this, like, it doesn't matter that like centers. Yes, so the center position was not at its strongest while he was in the league, but that doesn't change. Like, if a player was the best center in the league for 5 years in a row, like they're probably going to make the Hall of Fame. Right? I mean, Moses Malone had a similar career arc. Realistically, Moses Malone was like he was a vagabond at the end of his career, bouncing around. I remember that because Moses Malone, like I started watching basketball in 1994, and Moses was in his second to last year at that point. So he was in his age 38 season on his 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, his eighth team. And his numbers were fine. Like he had a 17 PER back then per minute. He was still averaging like 17 points and 13 rebounds per 36 minutes. So like he was productive. I knew that from like his basketball card, but um, 230, 2K 200. Oh yeah, for Batum's weight. Yeah, all my heights and weights are based on the NBA, with the exception of one player, which is Shaq Harrison, because this is just like a data entry typo. Like the NBA is definitely 2K has them, the NBA has them. So like how really tough can we get
Do
on
you
like
play
the NBA
fantasy
on
basketball?
2K?
Being so into the statistical side, you seem like the type to enjoy that.
I played fantasy basketball like when I first started working on like rosters, like 2004, 2005 ish. I want to say. Like I played like I was in a Yahoo league, um, and like it was okay. Like I don't get off on like I'm good at it, but I don't enjoy it. You know what I mean?
Yo.
Yo, yo. Um, I'm sure I could make a lot of money playing fantasy basketball. Maybe I could make that like my full time job or something, playing like money, you know, leagues for money. But I'm also because gaming in general, like uh, taps into like your addictive like personality traits. I personally try not to gamble and stuff like that because like you need to be able to say no, you know, or know when to call it quits. And I like because I get so like deeply invested in things, I would be more prone to making bad decisions in that regard. Like once I want it to just be something I enjoy, not something that like is like life consuming and is then like I don't want to like even like sports betting or anything. I just don't want to go down that rabbit hole. You know what I mean? Um, Maybe somebody can convince me otherwise, and we'll make a bunch of money one day. But um, I just assume that there are as smart as I think I am. There are computers that are smarter than me that can figure things out. Like unless you're the house, you know, everybody else is a loser. Um, but Shaq Harrison,
Understandable, that is why I play for free with friends for fun.
yeah, that's why I don't play with my friends because I won't be friends with them very much longer if I keep beating them. Um, Although to be fair, I also don't have a ton of. Um, it's like really weird how I ended up into like basketball at this level to begin with, because nobody in my fucking neighborhood plays basketball. Like I live. It's a miracle that I'm here. I live in a 99% like white neighborhood that like everybody else plays like hockey or like baseball or everything when I was a kid. You know what I mean? Um, I like the only way I ended up into basketball is my father dragged me down to a card convention, like a collectible card convention, because I was into I think I was collecting like Marvel cards or something when I was a kid, or like it was probably just Marvel cards. So he brought me to like some kind of convention, and somebody just gave me a free pack of basketball cards, and I opened up Michael Jordan in the pack. And I didn't know anything about basketball back then, but you know, you obviously know who Michael Jordan is. You've heard his name before. So I was like, "Whoa, Michael Jordan!" And that was, you know, the Knicks were in the playoffs that year and made their finals run. So I don't even remember how I started watching basketball, but that was just the year that I got into it. And if the Knicks don't make their finals run, maybe I'm not into it. You know what I mean? But that's how I got interested. Um, and then the video game aspect kept me like involved, I guess. So all of the people that I know from basketball are basically from a, like online, you know, from like working on this kind of stuff. There's no like people that I know IRL that I really talk sports with or anything. It's always usually bizarre when like it's kind of like a weird side fact of about me is like I'm kind of a walking NBA encyclopedia, But unless you discuss that topic with me, it doesn't really matter. It's just like a weird like fact about me. Like unless I bring it up, you would never know. Um, and it's not even like if I'm gonna geek out over stuff or just like I'd much rather talk about like Marvel stuff like the MCU and all that stuff. I'm way more into those kind of like I'm a nerd for that stuff. I'm also a nerd for basketball stuff, but like the Marvel stuff is uh, I enjoy talking about that uh, more so than like, oh, what do you think about the Knicks this year? Oh, they suck again, Which is also another thing. I guess I live in New York, and what am I going to do? Talk about basketball with talk about the Knicks with people? No thanks. Let me check. I keep going back to Shaq Harrison. Let me check the NBA if they updated his height or anything. If his team did. NBA.com/jazz/roster. Because they didn't re-measure anybody this preseason. I don't think. Yeah, Shaq Harrison is still listed as 6'7". I don't know if that was going to be the measurements were like a one-time thing by the league to get in line with like Vegas or whatever, but like that's just like a weird kink. They fucked up one player height out of 500. And the NBA is as much as I rag on 2K like for their data preservation, like the NBA is not really that much better. Um, everybody for the most part just does the bare minimum and skates by until they're forced not to. So, the NBA could remeasure Shaq Harrison, but do they really need to? All right, let's see. So Sixers, just kind of cycling through. All right, so Ben Simmons was not traded for James Harden. That's the other more James Harden fallout. So that is off the table. I'm cool with that. Like the Sixers didn't need him. They are what 8-4. They're 8-4. Embiid's playing well. Simmons is playing worse, but better in a team concept. Like, leave it to Doc Rivers to turn the 6'10" version of Rajon Rondo into like he's now just as effective. Like he might as well be 6'1" rather than 6'10". He's not using his height in a meaningful way. So he's just Rondo. So I'm not gonna beat him up over games like the one he had. 5 points, 6 turnovers, fouled out. He also had 12 assists in that game, and the 2 of 2 field goals is what they want from him. They don't want him taking 10 shots. They want him 2 shots, 12 assists. Doc Rivers is like, keep up the good work. Fuck what everybody else in the media says. Fuck what everybody on Twitter says. Like, this is how we're going to win games. If he went 2 for 2 and Embiid had 40 something points, right? And they won the game, right? So then, what are people really, what are we really bitching about? And it's, I think the Sixers are kind of dodging a bullet because they get to keep Tyrese Maxey now, and I don't think Simmons is as bad as everybody makes him out to be. Let Doc do Doc things with his roster. I don't think Doc would be Doc and James Harden are not a good combination. Harden and Daryl Morey might be a good combination, but once you throw Doc Rivers into the equation, and Doc is a player's coach, but he is a systems coach. So somebody you definitely want the right players around. The Bucks, I'm pretty content with where they're at. I did a review on them a couple days ago. You guys can check that out if you haven't already. Like, really, the only thing I would quibble on with them is like their bench. Like, these guys are undersized, so they've had to stagger them in their rotation a little bit in order to compensate for that. But realistically, if Torrey Craig ever learns how to shoot, like that won't really be an issue. Like Bryn Forbes just loses his job then at that point. But the Bulls, let me see where they're at. Their guys should be back from COVID at this point now, right? They've had a couple off days too. They were not back for the Clipper game on Sunday. Yeah, Sunday already. Did they play today? No, they're off. Did they have one of their games canceled or something? Laurie Marketing.
Bulls games canceled.
Bulls games canceled. Okay, that's why they went through such a long gap. Markkanen practiced with the team on Tuesday. He completed his 12-day quarantine period. Tuesday's matchup with Boston was postponed. Okay, yeah. I haven't been keeping track of the postponements. I just know that they're going on. Okay, so who else was quarantined? Sederansky and Hutchison actually got it, so I would assume that they're still out. Arch was sidelined. I don't see a blurb on him. I think it's safe to bring Laurie back. Oops. This brings Williams out of... Okay, because I guess now that Markkanen's back, we have to turn force non-starter on for Porter. And get that. Okay. Let me just review them real quick. Williams shooting, he's scoring 10 points a game, 27 minutes, 47% from the field. Ooh, 46% from three. Did he have a good game in Sunday? He was 3 for 5 on threes on Sunday, on 6 for 9 from the field. Okay, that explains why his 3 went up. Okay. 78. Yeah, we can do that. And that changed his archetype to specialist, which is basically anybody with an 80 or above. His rebounding rate is low, though. I'm going to drop... we'll just drop his offensive rebounding. I don't think he's been playing as much minutes at the 4 as would have been anticipated. Chloe White's been fine. Levine dropped 45, right? Levine's been okay. I'm happy with his rating, though. Everybody else... Otto Porter's actually been pretty good. 82. Yeah, I think that's fine for him. These guys are mostly fine. Like, you could argue, I think in a perfect world, I'd want them to be at 78, but I'm not going to, like wring my hands trying to make it happen. Defensive consistency, the Bulls are not defending what they're 29th.
Porter has been great at the 4.
Who's great at the 4? Porter. Yeah, I mean, I would consider Williams at the 4 on paper, but I haven't been watching the games to know that for sure. Looks like from his rebound ratings, Porter's rebound ratings rather, that he has been playing at the 4. You could usually kind of figure out where people are playing based on their rebound stats. Let me actually look at that then. That's oh yeah, that's definitely small forward vibes for rebounding. So that we can pump by a lot. His rebound production
Williams
right
at
now.
3 guarding best players.
Oh, what was the question? Williams at 3 guarding the best players. Yeah. I don't think I think he's a long-term 4, but for now he's definitely a 3. Porter's rebound ratings right now should be 70 for offensive rebounding and 81 for defensive rebounding if you were just going straight off of this season. So we're not going to go that extreme, but like we're talking about a 25-point increase for both rebound ratings otherwise. So 10 points there, and I think I'm happy with 10 points across the board. How far away is he? Yeah, he's pretty far away from the next tier. Oh yeah. Wait, what? Yeah, so I love how much the rebound ratings then affect like centers. Like we just boosted Porter 10 points in each of these, right? Or was it 5 points here, 10 points here? I don't remember. But meanwhile, if we did the same thing over here, you know, everything immediately goes through the roof. But for a small forward, we didn't even make a dent in his fucking rating. Wild. 55. All right, 50, 65. I do think if 2K was smart and really wanted to create like engagement, they would have whoever was their roster editor would be doing streams like this on like the official 2K, like set up a channel or whatever, get somebody who's a lot cooler than me to engage with people while doing the rosters and stuff. The problem is I don't think like Stoffer or really anybody that works on the 2K ratings and stuff is like terribly engaging, you know, and then anybody that you get that's like more entertaining than us is not going to have the technical know-how in order to do it effectively. So it's an awkward balance, you know, but I try to do my best at least on entertaining you guys. You know, because really all I'm doing, all the stream is, congratulations, you're watching somebody play with an Excel sheet. Like, you know, this is like, if you like watching paint dry, this is the stream for you. You know, that's really what ratings work comes down to. Only so much of it is watching the actual games. A lot of it is just looking at numbers. But I think a lot of people at like the casual level would think that, oh, you didn't watch this guy play. Like, no, dude. If you watched every single NBA game that aired, you wouldn't be able to eat or sleep, you know. So we have to shortcut a lot of things once you're crunching the numbers at this level, and or you then like otherwise you need to have like 6 people doing one job, and all 6 of those people you would need to have them all operating on the same like you know all have the same like systems in mind, and it's just not going to happen.
Numbers tend to not lie that much.
No, you would think. It depends, because numbers don't lie. The people that sell you the numbers, those are the ones that are lying. That's the crux. Um, being able to interpret the context of the numbers in an effective manner. That's really what's happening here. All right, so
That is where that much comes in.
you know, and the problem is most of the people that talk about basketball are like your Shaqs and your Barkleys, etc., who have like they can't even do 5 plus 5. You know what I mean? Like they don't have any like concept of the numbers. They talk about the sport from an aspect that like they come from an unformed standpoint. I think Shaq and Barkley and like the entire TNT crew, for the most part, like when Draymond was on the TNT set, he ran circles around everybody, and from watching, he's got like such a high basketball IQ that he's one of the few dudes in the NBA that like runs circles around everybody else from like an IQ standpoint. Um, and then you have guys like Shaq and Barkley and even Kenny Smith to an extent, who these guys were successful, but they were only successful they only know how they were successful, and they can't practically apply like what they know from their playing careers into what other players are doing. Which is why they always fall back into the same kind of like
You
arguments of
can't
like,
only use numbers to make a basketball.
like what was that question? You can't only use numbers to make a basketball. That's true. Um, you just need to have you need to understand what the numbers are telling you, and like not be thinking of them as I think a lot of like the people that discuss basketball at that
Shaq is a
level.
lot smarter than his TNT persona lets on.
So is Barkley. So are all the other guys. Skip Bayless is a troll. I don't think he believes half of the shit that he talks about. Everybody's hot. It's all about hot takes in order to make money. That's the problem with most analysis is we're being peddled like very casual takes rather because once you talk at things at like a complex level, you lose people's attention for the most part, right?
Game, look at Luka X numbers. He can't shoot 3s, but he shoots at a high volume.
Yeah, like you can break down. You could look at his spot up uh, numbers versus like he takes so many shots off the dribble that like affects your percentage. You can't just look at it from a one like a one. It's like the archetype discussion. It's separate. It's separate figures. The 3-point percentage is only going to tell you so much. It's not going to tell you how those shots were generated. It's like I talk about this when explain. So when people ask me what are player tendencies, I talk about Steph Curry and Kyle Korver. You can give both of them high 3-point ratings, but unless you program Steph Curry,
which makes him a low efficiency 3-point shooter.
Unless you program Steph Curry in order to do all the crazy things that he does on the court, the game itself is not going to be able to tell the difference between a guy who stands in the corner and a guy who's pulling up off the dribble from 30 feet. You know what I mean? So from that same regard, like statistics, there's a lot that you have to look at. And as we've evolved, like the number of statistics that we have access to, things aren't as cut and dry as they used to be. And I think guys from like the analysts who played in the NBA from like 30 years ago, because those stats and everything didn't really exist, they're not really familiar with what like how to communicate that information. You know what I mean? Like Kenny knows that he shot 37% from three, but he doesn't know what he shot like off the dribble versus like in spot ups, and how Hakeem might have affected his overall shooting efficiency. You know what I mean? Like these guys know how they succeeded, but they don't like fully grasp like what made them great. and how that translates to other current players in the league. You know, and I mean also like in general, Shaq's too emotional to be a good analyst because he's very biased and petty. Like he was ragging on Dwight Howard for Dwight Howard's entire career. He was ragging on JaVale McGee for most of his career. It's the same. It's kind of the same spiel that he has with like Chuck. I got 4 titles, you have none. He basically does that with other players. And it's okay for him to have those thoughts IRL, and it's always entertaining to watch somebody good drag somebody else, right? Haha. But it's not informing the player base, or not player base, but like the viewer base is what I mean. Like it's not creating. It's basically planting the seed in us that we get shitty analysis at a base level, so it lowers the bar. And I would love somebody like a Draymond Green to be on like a TNT broadcast instead of.
Shaq was good at math. Shaq big plus Shaq dunk equals Shaq 2 points.
Siri kills me with some of these. Shaq was good at math. Shaq big plus Shaq dunk equals Shaq 2 points. Yeah. Like, imagine Draymond doing analysis on a game rather than like Reggie Miller. That's the other, or like Chris Webber. For the most part, analysis is like as safe and generic as possible. Nobody's really trying to like reinvent the wheel, but it's not benefiting any of us. You know what I mean? They're effectively just keeping us stupid is more or less what I'm trying to say. Some of it is unintentional, and some of it is by design. All right, pretty content with the Bulls. Let me see Cavs. Obviously,
I would say facilitators make better analysts.
Of course. I mean, facilitators understand the game at a higher level, right? Because, like, they're basically a second coach on the floor. But that's also why they end up in coaching. Like, after their playing careers, for the most part, right? And because, not just coaching, but also, like, general manager positions, etc. Guards are typically more informed, because again, like, basketball is also a height thing, right? So when you're 6'2", you need to be the smartest motherfucking 6'2" player on the planet in order to make the NBA. Whereas when you're 7 feet tall, like, the bar is a little lower because there's only so many 7-foot players that you're competing with. There's only so many like Anthony Davis
Makes
out
you
there.
wonder why Stockton was never a coach.
He didn't want to be a coach, I guess. Like, he should have, because coaching isn't like it. Coaching is not just X's and O's. It's the daily grind of the you're on the road with the team X amount of days out of the year. You're dealing with player personalities, etc. I think Stockton not being a head coach is just more reflective of like his personality. Like, I wouldn't consider him the leader of any of the Utah Jazz teams. Like, he was just a guy in the locker room that also happened to be like the best point guard of the best passing point guard of all time, if that makes sense. Like, I don't think that, like, I remember his last year where like Mark Jackson instigated a coup and like tried to like become the starting point guard over him.
Because Nash and Kidd would be comparable.
I don't think Stockton had a strong personality, is what I'm trying to say, and I think that you need that in order to be a head coach in the NBA. And he probably just wanted to like retire and be with his family, that's the other thing. Guys retire, and I think the ones that become coaches, I would say get into it after their kids have at least gone to
Stockton
college and
was a
stuff.
scout coach.
Stockton was a scout coach. You mean scout slash coach, or uh, what do we mean by scout? Or did he do scouting for the team? That's another more each job has its own separate. If you're a scout, you got to travel, etc. He just probably didn't want to travel.
Similar to Mark Price, yes.
Similar to Mike Price. That's well. So Mark Price was more like a shooting coach and stuff, right? Like I know that they would use him in like preseason and stuff, but I don't know if he was like traveling with the team. I look at
That
that
would
almost
make sense. He would see the game different than, say, Barkley and Shaq.
like like Mark Price and stuff. I don't think those guys travel with the team. Like I don't think they get like the assistant coach tag or anything when they work with the team, or they're like number 7 on the. I don't know what the rules are for assistant coaches on the bench in today's NBA relative to like 20 years ago, but um, I'm sure that if he did have a role with the team, it wasn't very hands on. I like Tim Duncan. He only spent a year on Greg Popovich's bench. He's not. He stepped away from the assistant coaching thing. That was just something that he wanted to do to give back and like basically hang out with Pop. Um, everybody's different. Once you're at the end, he made his millions. He gets to retire and live on a yacht, or I think he just wanted to spend time with his kids and the rest of his family. Whenever a player, Kobe would have made a great coach, but he was busy doing, the 16 other different things that he was great at, right? He was focused on being a father. He was making movies. It's not. The greats get to do whatever they want. Once they retire, whether however involved they want to be is really up to them. This is my
Kobe
resume.
was
You got
his
a job for
daughter's
me? Yes or
coaches,
no?
wasn't he?
I think so. Or if he wasn't, he probably owned the team or the league. You know what I mean? Um, Kobe was Kobe coach. I think he was the coach, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was the coach. Um,
Yes, the coach of the team.
yeah. Oh my God, we're coming up to the anniversary. Actually, I just realized it's already January 13th. Oh man, like 13 days from now. That I can't believe it's been a year. Obviously, we had quarantine and everything. That kind of like this whole year was just like bizarre. But like that was really the start of it. Damn. He was I didn't like him much when I was a player, partially because like I always viewed like other I felt like a lot of people like put him on a pedestal and stuff.
Been the fastest, longest year ever.
Fastest longest year, yeah, that's a good way to describe it. I definitely appreciate Kobe more like now that he's gone. Obviously that's always the Um, we never appreciate what we have when we have it, right? But um, my issue with him was just always, 2K giving his dunk rating was always like 20 points higher than it should have been, things like that. Or his defense, he was making all NBA defense long after he shouldn't have been. But that was my primary issue with him was just like his video game depiction didn't line up with what he was on the court. But I had grown to respect him a lot post playing career, and like that was a rough day for me and for a lot of people. Um, Looking forward to living through it again in 13 days. Woo! As I'm sure coverage of that is going to ramp up in the next week or so. This is Cleveland. Zakoro, did he start? Did they play today? I don't even know. Today was a weird day. Like I woke up early from like a bad dream, and then went back to sleep. After like I stayed up, worked on what I was gonna do in like a Rockets review.
Wow, look at all those red crosses.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and they had more. They had Dante Exum injured too, and they just moved him. They're actually more healthy now than they were. Okoro was out; he just came back. But I was working on the. I woke up. I slept 3 hours and then woke up. Worked on the
Exum got traded.
Rocket stuff. Went back to sleep. Woke up.
Windler is another Indiana kid.
Harden got traded, which threw that out. Everything that I wrote about them, and then I just decided to jump on. So I have no, I don't know who played today. I didn't actually. Let's see, Cleveland. Aside from like the Knicks and the Nets, I knew that they played because of the trade. Obviously, all the New York reporters were also talking about it. They did not play today. Did they have a game canceled? I don't. Ugh. It's a weird year. They lost to the Jazz by 30. And Okoro did start. Oh, right. Sexton was out. And Osman and Okoro started. Sexton was just temporarily out, right? Sexton. What did he do? Sprain his ankle or something? Sexton. Yeah, maybe I'll do this more often as I do my roster editing and stuff. I suppose that can't hurt. Yogi Ferrell made his Cavs debut on Tuesday, netting 10 points, 4 rebounds, 4 assists, a steal, and 2 threes in 24 minutes. And it was cut immediately after. Okay, cool. What a fun little blurb. I'm sure he'll rejoin the team on. He was on hardship exception, so they probably had to temporarily cut him. I'm sure he'll be back somewhere. A lot of third string point guards that did not join NBA teams, like Emmanuel Mudiay, etc. They're all hardship candidates. Point guards and centers are probably the most likely players to end up on hardship deals. Is my guess. Sexton. He's probably day to day. Oh, okay. He keeps being listed as a starter and then scratched right before the start of the game. Okay, so it sounds like he's like close to playing. Like game time decision, I guess is what it would be called. So yeah, I'm not gonna sideline him. Uh, would I consider Prince a starter on this team? Is I guess the question. Probably not to start off immediately, right? He started 4 games this year. He did not start the last 2 for the Nets. Is worth noting. I think. Let me see what happens here. If I do this, because that's I guess okay. So yeah, going back to my intangible scale, uh, I have Okoro listed as a starter and Osman as like the 6th man for the team. So both of them have an 80. So it doesn't make sense to have 3 guys in the 80. So we drop Prince down, which drops him a rating point. So now all 3 guys have 77. So now let's see what happens. All right, still the starter. So
With the Koro being scratched so often, I would say Osman.
well, Osman has actually been coming off the bench primarily, even when Okoro's been out. Osman started 6 games. Okoro started every game this year that he's played. So I definitely consider him the starter when everybody's healthy. So let's just do that. Damn, Dotson's already started 5 games for this team. They've just been, a lot of teams in the walking wounded right now. Damn, Larry Nance has started 11 of 12 games this year, but that's been because Kevin Love has been out. I'm sure he goes back to the bench once Love is healthy, but maybe not. Maybe Love becomes a 6-man. Who knows? They have the Cavs are the number 2 defense in the league, and I ragged on Andre Drummond for getting a Defensive Player of the Year vote last year because he obviously did not deserve it, but I'm sure he's a big part of their defense this year. Although Larry Nance is also probably a big factor there. The issue this team has is they are 30th offensively. As aside from Sexton, they really don't have much in the way of offense. Drummond is not good offensively. Most of what he does for you offensively is a net negative. Jared Allen's definitely more valuable of the 2 offensively. So it wouldn't be entirely surprising to, they definitely want to move Drummond sooner
I
rather
could
than
see
later.
Love traded to LA for Kuzma or back to Minnesota.
I think Allen's probably a significantly better offensive player than Drummond, and the difference between their defense is probably going to be fairly negligible. I think Allen's the better 2-way player, for sure. But yeah, let me see. What was that? I could see Love traded to LA for Kuzma or back to Minnesota. Oh well, Love makes way too much money for Kuzma, right? Love makes 31 million, and Kuzma 3 million this year, so that's a no bueno. But in the future, he makes what? Or I can just do math. 26 and then divide that by 3. He's gonna make 11 million a year, 12 million a year, 13 million a year, whatever the math is. So you could trade 3 Kuzmas for Kevin Love. Yeah, he's transitioning to role player faster than teams are able to trade for him. Does his contract escalate or scale down as he gets older? All right, so this makes him easier to trade, but not by much, because the problem is his salary is scaling down, but his level is scaling down at a faster rate. So I don't know. I mean, definitely, like, Cleveland can use him. Like, they're 30th offensively.
Not really for Kuzma straight up, but would be the meat of it.
I mean, that's the
Spelled
thing.
it wrong for Siri.
Oh, ha. Um, yeah, I mean, you'd be looking at the problem is if you're trading Kevin Love, like, it's going to be what, like Kuzma plus KCP plus like Schroeder. It's like 3 players for one. Because like everybody, for the most part, everybody only makes like either you're paid like a star, or you're on the minimum in like today's NBA. So it makes trades very difficult for there's no way that Cleveland can trade Kevin Love and get any sort of value in return, because realistically you would have to trade like Anthony Davis level contract for him, right? And as long as Anthony Davis is healthy and happy, you know, you can't do that. It's like the Rockets trading James Harden today. They traded James Harden, and what did they get back? Uh, Victor Oladipo and Dante Exum. That's your 30 million that came back for a superstar player. Obviously, they got pick swaps out of it, but you know, that's realistically, how do you trade if you're trading Kevin Love? It's kind of a similar thing. You need to get like a player, a 20 and a 10 in exchange for a 30. It's going to be very difficult for teams to put together like 2 15s or like 3 10s. Because you can't realistically do like 5 5 5 5 5. Like, that's why guys like Westbrook and Wall get traded for each other, because those are the contracts matched. If it's 40 for 40, there's very few 30s or salary matches for Love league wide. Aside from like if you're trading Love, the player you're most likely getting back is like a Blake Griffin, another player on a similar deal who has health issues and is on like the downside. He's not getting any better. Or God forbid, like Gordon Hayward, but that's a separate topic. Where am I at? So that's Cleveland. I've worked on them. Boston, I have not. Boston got the most love from 2K in their roster update. They edited the ratings for 4, 5, 6, 7, for 9 players. 9 players had rating changes for them. So I haven't. So I haven't. I've edited them already, but I didn't just like sit down and like give them a full review. So let me just sort them real quick. Aside from like Tatum and Brown, I'm pretty up to date on from like the daily dump stuff. Looks like Robert Williams has a 26 PER. 2K bumped his rating by like 3 points, I think. I have touched on him previously. His orb rating basically needs to get maxed out. We're close to it. 81. Yeah, that's going up. As he went from 11% to 16.5%. Probably, I'm gonna put him at a 96. I don't want to max him out because of the sample. but he basically broke the he breaks the scale. So I don't have a problem going that high on him. Of course, he went up a rating point from us working on. That. Okay, so 78. Is there anything else I even need to change? His block rating's great. It was good last year. Steal rating is slightly up, but I'm not going to touch that. Foul draw rate's down. I don't care. 100 something minutes. I guess his offensive consistency. Sure, we'll do that. And of course, the only reason he rates low to begin with is because I had to take into account 2K's dummy overall. As otherwise, he's going to come out too high. And as mentioned, if he's... The problem is if he rates like an 81, it's going to mess with the rotations. As even though he is effective, he's only like 7th on the depth chart or something like that. Maybe even 8th. We don't need him to get minutes over like Daniel Tice. I actually like I think I'm going to drop Tristan Thompson's rating too. Not like his not like any of his attributes per se, but maybe even just his intangibles, because I feel like 83 is just running in high. Let me see, Tristan. He's slightly, his production's slightly down from last year, but nothing really that went down that I would say is concrete. His defensive rebounding is up, but his assists are down. That's pretty much it. Yeah, that's all I'm seeing on his and like his usage rate is slightly down, which is probably most of his player efficiency rating. Like basically his efficiency was unchanged, but his role decreased. So that's why his PER went down. My thing is, if I do this, don't go to 75. No. Am I crazy, or did Williams went up after we changed him? Sometimes it does that. I noticed this. All right, watch. Okay, he's only a 78.
Yes, he was 7'8".
Yeah, watch. He's 78. We're still in like quick edit mode. I'm gonna finalize. Boom, 79. Why? Who fucking knows with this game? Like, you know what I mean? You know, are there two different scales? Like, part of it, I think, is his archetype changing at all when we do that? No. I think there's some kind of internal, like, some of the archetypes I feel like scale differently. I would love to know the answer. But that's a little annoying. So I think I'm gonna do this because he is in a timeshare kind of with Robert Williams. They're both playing, 20 something minutes a game. I think we just do that to reflect that he's rebounding better. His defensive rebounding's up, just to keep his overall rating 1 point higher. Oh my God, why? Why? That's another thing. Is I've talked about this in another topic. So the rotation sort of factors this information with the AI, but it's also, well, not specifically that all of this stuff, but where is it? System the system proficiency. Um, okay, all of these numbers. So whatever these numbers can all be changed, right? But for the players, whatever their
Yeah.
scores are, those are like hard coded. You can view them in like my team and stuff. Basically, the game is going to prioritize players that score well in like
I
grit and
think a video
grind
on how
balanced.
those sliders affect rotations would be awesome.
Well, I think it's just primarily this. Like they're going to put in the player that has like the highest score. Like an example previously, the most notorious example that I found was the 76ers. Even though JJ Redick was the highest starting two guard on the team, he would always be a fucking sixth man, um, rather than start. Like they would start. They were starting Thibault over him. Was it Thibault? I gotta go back and check. It wasn't Thibault. It was another 3-and-D guy though. Redick with the 2019 76ers. Why am I having a blank on where to find this information? Oh, okay. Zaire Smith would start over JJ Redick, even though Redick had like an 8 point overall difference to his advantage, because the game was classifying Zaire, like it was valuing Zaire Smith's defense and JJ Redick's lack of defense in determining which one of them would start. That used to tear my head out, and I don't think it's as prevalent as it was like 2 years ago in the game. But as we saw there, that's an example of like player A has a higher rating, but yet they're not starting. I would produce a video on that if I had a full grasp of exactly how it worked, but that's um, you know I haven't tested how it scales. I don't think that information is like terribly relevant. Like it's just more like be aware that it exists and it's one of the pitfalls that you have to work around. Fortunately, we have, I just get in the habit. I'm very aggressive with like toggling force non-starter. I have somebody on every team has this for me, and 2K doesn't really do that. Yeah, two guys here. the entire the entire Bulls team. I'm like, just guess actually let's look at why I have to do this for them. Uh, it's on Kobe White.
Rotations
See,
are extremely complicated and there is no system that tells you what actual position the player is playing.
yeah. Kobe White like has a lower rating than Sideransky, so that's why we have to put it on Sato. Arkidia, I don't. Uh, he's probably another example of why is he starting? You know, of like system fit or whatever. That might have been a Kobe. This also might be an old thing because it might have predated Kobe White being the starting point guard. Like Kobe White was a two guard last year, so this may not be necessary. I'll test it once he gets healthy, as I don't like to have it. If I don't need to have it on, I'm not going to have it on because obviously players get hurt during associations and whatnot. This we had to turn it on because otherwise he's going to start over Patrick Williams, but we had to toggle it off, otherwise he won't start for Lauri Markkanen. I have it toggled on for Thaddeus Young because if it's not, then Otto Porter's not going to start. Basically, the game has to cycle through all of the available options at a position before it delves into taking players at other positions. So that's why he's got that there. Denzel Valentine is kind of the same. It's the system conversation. If I don't have this on, he probably starts over Patrick Williams. Okay, fortunately not, so I will leave it off. And sometimes it's also if I drop somebody's rating after the fact, like Robert Williams, because we raised his overall rating, that's probably why we had to apply that, right? As he's a 79, but system-wise, he probably rates as like an 81. Whereas before he was a 78, and system-wise, he rated, it was a 78 versus an 83 before, right? They weren't. So even the 2 points system bonus or whatever, he still would have rated lower. Oh God. Yeah, I've also gotten in the habit of toggling bench depth back and forth, depending on whether or not the right players are in the rotation or not. Like, obviously want the Bulls to have a backup center. And like the reason why it was a 9 before is because Markkanen was hurt, so they just shortened the rotation rather than like next man up filling in the role or whatever. It was actually just it's not like Luke Cornett filled Markkanen's minutes. You know what I mean? They were just like, all right, we're just gonna play everybody a little bit extra. So that is. I don't feel that this number should be like hard coded to a team. I think it's a fluid situation. Whereas like I remember who is it, the SimWorld people who like released their document on like their association settings and stuff like that. I think if you were going to update this is something that's like a day by day situation, the bench depth, rather than like something that like there's an ideal setting for it. Like I think as players got hurt in your association or whatever, you would want to toggle this number in order to prevent the teams from, depending on what you wanted to do. Would you want to go to a deeper bench, or maintain like a deeper bench when guys get hurt, or do you want to just go to like an 8-man rotation? I don't think that's something you necessarily want to lock in. That's my philosophy. Celtics. All right, so we dropped Tristan and brought up Robert. So let me notate that. 83 versus Robert's up to a 79. Where do they rank now? Tristan.
I wish 2K would give the option for a tertiary position.
Okay, it looks like Tristan Thompson I have ranked as like the 24th best starting center in the NBA right now. Which I think is accurate. He's like rated under Mitchell Robinson and like Wendell Carter Jr. I think that makes sense. Or is like reflective of his value. Like, I don't think that separation makes sense, but that's just like the nature of the fucking position scales. All right, I gotta close like 10 different tabs now. Okay, Robert Williams, boom. Tatum's fine. Jaylen Brown's putting up better numbers than Tatum. But I think that's slowly shifting. Smart's production's probably down. Peyton Pritchard's fine. 84 is probably high for Smart, actually. Why is he so high? What changed this year? His rebounding's down because he went from shooting guard to point guard. But that's not a significant basis. He's shooting 35% from the field. Like, where? Close range. Ooh, 33% on, like, at the rim? Why? 6 of 17 on layups? And 7 of 22 on floaters? Yeah, I guess we're shopping his shot ratings probably. I mean, how do we expect that to bounce back? Like, I'm not. I don't know. Most of his value probably comes from his defense. Probably could drop him to an 83 though. I think this is probably fine. Perfect. Okay. Smart. Okay, drops him to an 83. It's on par with Mike Conley. I think Conley's probably going to go up at some point. Well, I mean, I've already raised his rating like 3 times already this year, but probably will pass Smart in the near future. I'm also notating all the players that I'll eventually have a video of like biggest movers um, in my ratings this year. I think that's some content that like 2K is probably losing value on. Like, I don't know how much production, like quality, like would it really kill them to have somebody talking about like players that went up on like a YouTube video for 20 minutes? You know, I think people would love that. The issue is like they don't have anybody on staff who's really capable of doing that. You know, obviously that's where I'm trying to fill in the gaps, I guess. But let's see. The whole reason why I started like doing the YouTube thing in conjunction with my roster editing is because like I consider myself a much better writer than I am a talker. Even though I have like I actually have a theater background, which is kind of weird. You know, I've lived a jack of all trades kind of life out here in New York, but um, I'm you guys have seen my work, and like I post stuff on the internet here and there. Like, you know, I'll give you a dissertation on player ratings and stuff if you've or you know if you're going to come at me, you better come correct because I'll you know I'll teabag you otherwise. Is a more apropos way of putting it, perhaps. But I you know the posting, you know, takes time, and it's much faster to talk and communicate these kind of things, right? So if you were going to just talk about things generally, like so and so went up 4 points or whatever, I think that's something that should be conveyed in a video, perhaps more so than, you know, if you want to talk technical stuff. That's where you would want to have like a blog post with so and so went up 5 points, 3 point rating, etc. Like all the but that kind of stuff is more time consuming and not worth it for them. So rather than providing no information to players, I think I don't think it would kill them to have, you know, just a quick segment when they dropped a roster update, like, hey, this is what changed. So and so is playing well. How exciting! You know, obviously more enthusiastic than me. You know, that's where you got a corporate. I'm many things. A corporate chill is not one of them. I have Aaron Neesmith very high. I just realized. Aaron Neesmith has a negative 2.1 PER in his 39 minutes of play. Obviously, I have him rated more off college than anything. I don't think there's a ton I would change here. I guess I'll drop a shot IQ. And probably like offensive consistency in the meantime. Oh, and he's not in your rotation, so actually let's do that too. Uh, um, oh my God, he's right there. Oof, oof. All right, what else? What else? Uh, What else? I mean, he's only taken 12 shots in the year. Like, how much are we really? Oh, well, I have his 3-point rating at 92, so that can go away. Yeah, that's fine. Alrighty. Why was he a 92? Well, in college, he shot 52% on threes. He only played 14 games due to an injury, but you know, I'm not gonna. That's easy enough to fix. Okay. Surprised he's not playing more, but I guess it makes sense because the wing Tatum was we all had Tatum penciled in as a 4 entering the year. So the fact that he's playing a lot more 3 definitely changes Neesmith's outlook as far as playing time goes. Pritchard seeing time at the 2 also. Let me see Tice. Like, Tice has got to go down. Teague probably can go down. There's a lot to change on this team. Tice. Tice still has so much value tied to his defense. I've already tanked his rebounding. Like, I could tank it a little more, but I don't think it's, like, super necessary. I could probably just drop this, like, 5 points. I don't think he needs to be maxed out. What are the Celtics doing defensively right now? Celtics are 22nd defensively. Oof. Oof. Okay, we can drop that. Okay, we can just make it like a 90. RPM numbers are not out. I typically use RPM to determine my consistency ratings. Yeah, he's still pretty close. Can do that. Can do that. Getting closer. Ooh, all right. That's probably maybe something that can change. Close shot. Nope, definitely not. He still scores dumb efficiently from there. Threes. Nah. Foul draw. Actually, maybe this. That might be high. I mean, there's nothing. He's still pretty similar overall compared to last year. The thing is that he's not playing center. That's most of what changed for him value wise. Is his position changed, which made him worse. But the way 2K looked like he rates lower at center by a substantial amount compared to power forward. Whereas like these numbers should be inverted. Like he should rate higher at center rather than at power forward. You know what I mean? Like this is how you know like 2K's overall formula is just like messed up because centers always rate lower than power forwards. even when they're good, even when they're bad at like power forward things. His block rating's technically lower. Maybe. We can shave a little there. Shot IQ. 0.4. Yeah, I can. It's safer to drop that a little more. Or I didn't drop it at all. Okay. So 71, 66 this.
Wish overall rating wasn't displayed.
No, the overall rating is very useful. Because I need to know, we need to know where these players are going to start, you know? That, who asked that? Who missed my hour rant? K. Leonard. You know, because, again, the primary use of the overall is for this screen, for determining rotations and stuff.
It's not a stat.
It's not a stat, but it is a tool. You know, it is. It doesn't matter when evaluating players. Like it doesn't matter. 82, like this number right here doesn't mean that Marcus Smart is a better player than Daniel Tice. That's how most people interpret that to mean. What it means is he's more valuable to the team in the sense of like, you know, it's determining the rotations. Tatum is playing 36 minutes a game here because he's the highest rated player on the team. Brown is next because he's the second highest rated player on the team. You know, it's all a hierarchy. You know, and in a perfect world, production would translate to role like seamlessly. You know, the guy playing the eighth most minutes would in theory be the eighth best guy on the team, right? It doesn't always work like that, but that's, you know, that's essentially how they have it programmed. I'm not gonna see. Technically, an issue that I have here is Javonte Green is not in the rotation, but he has a higher rater than Ojale. So if I want Ojale to appear in the rotation, then I got to figure out a way to drop Javonte Green. And here, if you want to know how to drop Javonte Green, here's the easiest way. Just do that. Just change his position. Or if I wanted to raise Ojale, just change his position. But then they're subbing in for different players, is the issue. Like technically, yeah, we basically want to get Green out of the lineup. The problem is, so realistically, Grant Williams and Ojale, they both play power forward minutes off the bench because Jaylen Brown, he's going to get the small forward minutes that Jason Tatum is not getting. The Celtics don't need a backup three. And I don't really have. He only played 43 minutes, and he played well in his 43 minutes. So I like, Can't really touch him. Ojale, he's rebounding better. He's technically having a better year than last year. Shooting better and rebounding better. Okay, well, we got him up. One. Uh, and yeah, factoring in, I've already got him inflated. So yeah, I mean, if I wanted to, realistically, I could tank Javante Green, but I mean, I don't. I try to avoid going that route unless I absolutely have to. So we got Javante in, but now we got Grant Williams out. Ugh. So essentially, we traded like one problem for another, and that's partially because, again, like the game is technically doing the smart thing, right? Like, rather than have two backup power forwards, why not have a small forward, right? So I can't get too. I can't really blame the game in this position because that's like actually sound logic for their rotations. Just the game can't account for every single corner case situation. The only way that you could account for this in the game is you need to be able to set a way to like the Brown has to check out earlier than Tatum in order for him to sub back in for Tatum. So there needs to be a way to stagger the best two guys on the team if they play similar positions in order to avoid situations like that. Like similar with like the Rockets who have like James Harden and John Wall. James Harden is the backup point guard. He subs out, somebody subs out early so that they can stagger them. You know what I mean?
I get what you are doing, but rotations have to be done manually for all teams.
I don't manually do rotations. Like it's a fool's errand for me because the moment like somebody gets hurt or somebody gets traded, and I'm not just talking like in the menus, like I'm talking like in season in the rosters, like like once a season starts, all that's out the window. This is all about controlling. If you were just gonna jump into like quick play, then yes, like redo the rotations and stuff. But if you were gonna run a season, the CPU is gonna automate all that for the most part. And unless you were gonna like hyper control your my league to like every time somebody gets hurt, you're gonna redo the rotation. You could do that, but at that point, that's like that's your choice to do that. You can take my roster and implement and look at basketball references minutes per game and like you can do that in 10 minutes or 20 minutes or whatever and fix that to your liking. But not I am no longer concerned with making sure each position work balances out to 48. Like I got bigger fish to fry. Let 2K fix their AI, and I can give them suggestions on what would potentially make their coding better. But I think that's a more productive way for me to address that problem. So Ojale went up a point. I think the rest of the team I'm fine with. Like Carson Edwards sucks. The rest of these guys are, not really playing much. Oh, Jeff Teague. Let me see. Jeff Teague sucks. We can drop him from an 80. Ooh, ew. Ugh. His pass rating is fucking in the dumpster. 17% assist rate versus 31% last year versus 38% the year before. He's. Let me see Pritchard's stat. Like, maybe Pritchard. I have Pritchard at the 2 guard. But maybe I should invert them. Nah, Pritchard's assist rate is also like 18%. Like, they're both. Yeah, everybody on the team is kind of low. The thing is, they run their offense through Tatum a lot, so that's going to depreciate the assist rates for all the point guards. Oof. Yeah, yeah. Okay, that ain't sticking around. I'll just drop that by 5 points for now. Shot IQ will drop. By what? Probably 10. 3, 15. Oh, yeah, by 10. By 8. And assist rate, we will drop. Probably just by 5. Will be a little passive. Actually, nah. Let's drop that by 8 also. Okay, boom. All right, how far? It's close. Probably just shooting will take us the rest of the way. Oh, 82 3-point. Only 7 for 13. He's 27% on 2s. So something's tanking there. So 77, we'll just drop this to like a 67. Oh wait, hold on. I'm editing the wrong slot. Or wrong cell in my sheet, I should say. Yes, okay, boom. That's a little annoying, but I'll deal. Pritchard leads the bench in minutes at 23. 23, Teague's 20, Grant is 19, Ojale 17, Robert Williams 16. Oof, so he's a lot lower on the DC. Yeah, the issue is so we would need to get Grant Williams up, or just get Javante down. I don't want to do this, but temporarily, I think there's merit to it. Yeah, as long as they're like, I just don't want like overlap of Robert Williams and Tristan Thompson playing at the same time. As long as centers are centers, we Gucci. All right, that's enough on them. Clippers. They're 7-4. I've done a lot of rating work on them already. Paul George basically having like a Kawhi tier year. Is there anything else I could bring up on him? Or that I should bring up? His shooting. He's hit 51% of his threes, and he's hitting 4 threes a game. Like, 4 threes a game. That is not an insignificant total. He's very far away from a rating increase. Yeah, really, if I want to raise his rating, I think what we're doing is making that kind of swap. George's rebound rating's up. If Kawhi's is down. Kawhi's defensive rebounding is down by 6%. And I know that he's been subbing in, like Luke Kennard is essentially his backup. So I have Kennard at the 3 instead of the 2. But maybe this is a case for like inverting them and bringing both of these guys back to like the 2. Something in the back of my mind. Reggie Jackson. He's another awkward fit. Yeah, mostly the 2. Kennard. I mean, Basketball Reference has Kawhi at the 2, but I don't trust their data anymore for positions. Oh, Marcus Morris is healthy. How did I miss that? He hasn't been starting, that's why. Okay. Shit. All right. Since I stopped doing the daily digest, I kind of fell off a little bit with some of my injuries. So I eventually do want to get back to that, but I did want to just kind of refine everybody's ratings before I jumped back into that. So if he's not starting, we'll just do that. Otherwise, I think they're fine. They're probably ready for like a roster review. Terrence Mann's playing. Terrence Mann's in the rotation, but he's not. Well, he's at the fringes of the rotation. He's played 10 games, but he's only played 79 minutes. So, I mean, I'm not going to. Yeah, he's fine. Let's just move on from them. I spent enough time on the Celtics. Memphis, they're probably pretty close to done because they have so little star power. Like, I don't think anybody's going to really want to watch a Grizzlies video anyway. Deng's been having a decent year. We probably boost him. Tillman. He's been playing. This is low. I'm gonna work on the Grizzlies right now, though. So I'm just gonna notate Tillman low and Dieng low. Clark is high.
Bain is another Indiana kid, haha.
Oh yeah, I like Bain from what he's done so far this year. And Conchar. Oh yeah, 72 is low for Conchar. I think that might just be a positional thing. Grayson Allen didn't go back to starting, right? Now Grayson Allen's been coming off the bench. Where
he played at a small Catholic school and did not get the love he deserved, hence how he ended up at TCU.
Makes sense. Grayson Allen, he's playing better since he's been kind of off the bench. So probably just going to stick in that role. I think everybody else is fine. Tillman, I have to give him a full rating. Like, for my process for editing rookies is I head to their college stats on Basketball Reference, or the college whatever they call their college basketball site, sportsreference.com/CBB, and use the advanced stats they got there. I scale it down based on basically like block rate. You just cut that number in half, and you have a pretty good idea of what they do at the NBA level. Rebound rates, you just shave like a couple points off. Ditto for like assist rates. Ditto for like 3-point rate. Steal rate. Minutes, like you just dock like 5 points off of what their stamina would be at the NBA level. What else? Anything else? Foul draw rating has a slightly different scale. Shot IQ, I'll put like 20 to 30 points lower than what normally would be. And then everything else, this stuff, 30 is low. And then everything else, I'm watching a scouting report, which I've been using. This year I've been using Hoop Intellect is the channel that, I don't know, I've liked their, they give a good like 8 to 10 minute scouting report on players that the information that is usually conveyed is pretty easy to understand and high value relative to like some other scouting reports I've seen. And like obviously the people like Draft Express, they got hired by ESPN, so they don't really they're not putting their stuff out on YouTube anymore, Mike Schmitz or whoever. So I've been using Hoop Intellect. I recommend them. So it basically takes, I can edit a rookie in like 15 minutes, basically, from top to bottom. 8 minutes of that watching tape. So I would want to do that first and have like the base of this is what he did in college before I start making modifications off of what he's doing at the NBA level, if that makes sense. Conchar. Let me just see Conchar real quick. Conchar doesn't have like a high sample of minutes at the NBA level. He's only played 279, but he has played well in his minutes. He's a great rebounder. Probably. Like, why is he rating low? He should absolutely be rated higher than a 72. This is, just the inadequacy of their system. I'm not even seeing it. Like, he's got a layup rating. He's got a floater. He's got a 3. Okay, that I could probably fix.
I am curious to find out if Tillman turns out to be one of those "oh, he was great in college" players.
Yeah, of course, a 20-point increase in an attribute wouldn't boost overall, right? He's a good passer for a 2-guard. His consistency rating's high. Like, interior defense rating's high, but obviously that doesn't count much. I guess they care very much about this perimeter defense grade, which I would need to see a little bit more of him, at the NBA level. This is fine. This is fine. This is great for a 2-guard. Like, why? He's 78 versus 72. Why? He, like, so far as we've gone through, like, he's better than Grayson Allen pretty much everywhere. I guess, okay, they care very much about this, clearly.
His ratings look like he would be a 7.5, 7.6 at the 3.
Yeah, I'm sure he loses 3 points or something. Yeah, 3 points. But that's just like, what is it? So what is it measuring then? Because in general, 3s rate, just like 4s rate higher than 5s in this game, 3s rate higher than 2s. Like, there's no player in the league at the small forward that rates lower at the 2-guard, that rates higher at 2-guard, or vice versa. So like, the scales that they have for each position aren't like effectively balanced. So a lot of times, like, I look at a 2-guard, and I just have to max out their intangibles in order to get them high. Like Dylan Brooks is an example. Like, do we just have to do that for Conchar? And if we had Brooks at small forward, I wouldn't feel the need to do that. Basically, the intangibles is like usually serving as like a band-aid for just the imbalance of the formula. 2 guards I'll max out, and then if they're at a 3, the opposite's got to happen. I got to drop them down. Let me adjust that real quick. He's coming off the bench again, so we'll drop him there. Down a point. Is Conchar rotation? No, he's only played 5 games, so like I can't even, in theory, do that. The speed is probably low. I'd have to watch some tape. Maybe he's an 80. Not that it makes a difference. Defensive consistency, 85. Like, this is fucking wild. Okay, 55 help D and the 60 perimeter D are, that's, I guess, what's keeping him down, and the mid range rating. Uh, there isn't an update. There isn't an update on him for me to like redo his defense. I don't think. Maybe check back in like 2 months or so. But
I think speed is low across the board. When you increase a lot of players' speed, the gameplay feels so much smoother.
yeah, generally, mostly bring up a lot of players. So Konchar's default speed is a 62. So he's an example of a player that, you know, unless you're basically unless you're a star, 2K kind of treats you with kid gloves because like a lot of their game is just designed around if player A gets past player B, like that's the only consistent control factor that they have for like offense versus defense. They want offensive players to blow by defenders more often in order to get theirs. Let's move on from this team.
Player A past player B equal person by game many time. More Shaq math.
More Shaq math. I feel like I already did. I must have not done Clark. Maybe I definitely notated this in one of my shows, but I guess I didn't get around to editing him. That like he was a monster last year. Last year his he shot 62% from the field, and right now he's at 46. So I don't know if it was player role or what, or if he's doing different things in the starting lineup. Rebounds are down. Close shot is all right. Yeah. So, and I mean his close shot was like such a freak thing last year. Yeah, just drop it by 14. No difference in overall. That makes sense. Let's do that. In fact, let's double down on that. What is this supposed to be? That's a typo. Oh, interesting. Okay, this will help. That was... See, guys, I have typos too. They're just in a lot harder to find places than player name. So he's probably not too far off. What did I say? Dread down is rebounding. I already. Oh, that's the wrong one. Okay. Defense 76. Yeah, let's. Oh, beautiful! Right on the money. Yeah. What? He went up again.
Yours are more like the shot contest rating.
Oh my god. Why? What? What? Did they just boost him like a full point? Like, they. What? How? What? Yo, they just straight up boosted him by like a point. I'm confused. What happened?
Durability factor into that?
Okay. I swear it only happens with the rebounding, right? I want to recreate the scenario. What else did I change on him? Was it shot IQ? Did I change anything else? I think that's it. Just, oh my god. But this was at where's consistency? That was at originally at a 90. Okay. Okay. Boom. No change. After that, I changed this. Okay, that drops 1 point. I want to do this last. Then I dropped this because it was a typo. Shot IQ. I didn't drop that before, but...
Does he have rebounding badges? Or maybe certain badges factor into the algorithm as a bonus?
Could. Worm and box are both rebounding badges, right? So with diminished rebounding, I'd probably bronze both of these also. But it's pretty clear that this is only happening with the rebounding, right? Like we're not it's not recalculating like we're not dropping somebody's shot rating.
I
and
would
then
think that might maintain the 7-9 if those were bronze.
we're not it's not like we're dropping the 3-point rating or whatever and then the game is just recalculating based on, oh well, he's got gold in all these different badges, so we're going to bring him back up again. It's only happening with the like I've had this happen like a couple times this year. It's only with the rebound rating where it happens, where it's like fucking rubber banding it. You know, I love playing QA, like doing QA on a game that's in its 20th year of release, right? So where was I? Shot IQ. That's math is hard. Yeah, 5 is fine. Oh, okay. Never mind. We just saw that. We saw it again.
Try downgrading them and see what happens.
No. I downgraded his shot IQ and he went back up. Like we can keep bringing.
I mean the rebounding badges.
Oh, take out the badges? So basically, so we did it with the shot IQ. So it's not specifically the rebounding attribute. It's just like recalculating it after the fact. But for big men, because rebounding like ties so heavily into their overall, that's why I see it more frequently there. Like, oh man, and the stupid this thing. Okay, I'm just gonna edit everything now in one shot. Oh, and technically that. Okay. Wait, what? Oh, I boosted this by accident. Shit. Where was it before? 85. Okay. Okay. Because, oh, oops. All right. Because now I want to see. How far it's shifting it. And I think that's everything I want to change, right? Okay. So we got him in a 79. We have him deep into 79. He's practically a 78. Okay, so 64 to 83. So it's about an 18, or wait, 82. $64 to 82. So that's an 18-point scale on the intangibles, right? In order to generate 1 point of overall.
The only reason I think badges is if you add many badges, players' ratings do increase.
Oh yeah, I know. I know the badges affect the ratings, but if we're not changing the badges, that shouldn't affect. In theory, that shouldn't affect. The rating algorithms or whatever, right? But anyway, let's. I'm gonna hit submit, and now he didn't change. But it's because I changed the shot IQ with that, which we didn't do the first time. Let's see how far he is now. Okay, see, before he was 12 points away, and now he's only the 1 point away. So somewhere the game decided to give him like half a point of overall. You know? And I've sort of seen that here and there while editing over the years, but like I haven't been able to recreate it. Like I'm noticing it a lot more this year. Could be a current gen, next gen thing. Also, I'm not. Who knows if this is all going to translate over. All right. This is reason number 652, why the overall rating is not super relevant because it is whatever it wants to be. Are his positions okay? Oh, he might be a power forward, small forward right now. At least going by Basketball Reference. Nah, he's power forward. This is what I hate about BBR is like
The logic for me for it potentially boosting is they act as ratings boosts in game.
the badges. You mean, or
Yes.
that's yeah. I mean that's possible, but because the badges affect like the overall at like a fixed like it's kind of difficult to calculate. Um, but you're like I guess what you're suggesting is like maybe if a player has X badges, like the badges act as a multiplier rather than a hard fixed like a bronze is worth zero point 0.5 points. You know, if like if a bronze is worth zero point 0.5 points, that's a that doesn't affect it. But if you're suggesting that like the bronze multiplies whatever their rating is by it would have to be something lower than zero point 0.5. Like if it's like a 1% multiplying it by like 10% or whatever and adding that to like the overall rating score, that's where that would make sense. But I don't think that they would have programmed it. I don't think it would, they haven't done that for anything else as far as I'm aware. So I don't think that would. They would have went out of their way to program it like that, and I don't think that that's something that 2K doesn't go out of their way for stuff like that.
When you increase the badge rarity, that will also increase ratings sometimes.
Oh, you mean like the badge increases the like hard increases the rating? Like if I have a silver box out, are you talking about in my like in my player or whatever, or just like in general? Like if I start a season right now, the badges on Clark, like but let's say it's the box badge, like is box adding 5 points to each of his rebound ratings? And I
No,
just
in the
don't see it here
roster.
in the roster. Could also be a quick edit thing. I just realized.
When editing, I have seen a player's overall increase when upping rarity.
Oh yeah, I mean the rarity affects the overall rating for sure. Like there's a difference between a Hall of Fame badge and a bronze badge. Like bronze, very it affects the overall rating at a very incremental level. Whereas if you want a player to go up, you want to ramp up the golds. That's why all the stars in the game have golds essentially, regardless of whether or not they actually deserve them. Uh, okay, so by doing this, you're saying that this is going to drop his rebound rate or ratings.
So wouldn't it make sense for that to be a slight multiplier?
Not a multiplier. Like it would be like you see how the 79 like notice the ticks. Like Clark and Anderson are both 79s, but there's a slight difference in like Clark is slightly higher. He's like a 79.9 here, and Clark is like a 79.8 or something like that. It's kind of this like a bronze is adding like zero point 0.2, and silver's adding like zero point 0.4 or whatever point it's worth to like however many points like intangibles was we tested before and it was at 18 points. It's 18 points to improve the uh, overall rating, whereas like for 3 point it's going to be a lot more, right? So
Not for the
64.
hard rating but strictly into the algorithm.
uh, Not for the hard reading but strictly into the algorithm. I mean, so you're basically suggesting that the badge quality, um, or maybe a better way to put it would be like we can use before I get too crazy. Let me just give him back his badges before I forget. Which were what, Box and Worm. Um, so like the durability ratings, like this is miscellaneous durability. That's his actual durability rating. At least the one that we edit as like the general, and all that, all these 80s and stuff plus that 90 come out to this overall score. And I believe this is what's used in like the 2K algorithm for hold on. He's still on the verge, right? Okay. So let me just test this real quick. Oh, whoops, wrong guy. Clark. Okay. All right. So was it me raising his durability that raised his rating, or was it me raising the miscellaneous, or was it the overall going up that affected his overall there?
It just seems like there is correlation, but I do not know how.
Did I just do something and yeah, same. I mean, I don't I have some idea of what's happening, but I don't have a full. We'd have to get under the hood to get the exact answer. It could be as simple as like 2K changing the algorithm based on like a player's rebound rating. It could be shifting from like if a player has X rebound rating, we consider them like a stretch four, and we need to boost their rating. Like they're pretty finicky about, especially the rebound ratings. I've noticed because they use them as a way to like inflate the big men. Like the
Lakers or Nets? I'm only picking the Lakers because Nets have no depth, defense, or backup PG. It's a
Uh,
conspiracy theory at this point.
well, it's not a conspiracy theory. We have evidence that something is fucked up, but we just don't know how to exactly recreate it. Hold on. Now I'm testing another theory. All right. That was an 81 before, right? Oh, when we boosted to a 93, it goes up. Okay, so let me do this. Okay, so it's not the miscellaneous durability that affects overall rating. It is this number, the overall durability. All of these numbers don't intrinsically affect the overall. They affect this overall score right here. So if I think if you want to count like you would be your theory basically is that the rebound ratings plus the badges come out to this score. And
Definitely not Shaq math.
yeah, the badges come out to this score. Like the rating plus the badges equals this score. Like this is the algorithm or whatever. So like even though we're changing the ratings, the rating, like once we're done changing the ratings,
Would
the
you ever go
badge,
back to posting on your blog?
my blog, like my blog spot, no, I don't think so. Like I post, like I post on YouTube nowadays. Like you guys, you're listening to a live blog right now. Any of my harder written work, like I'll probably just post on like a forum or whatever. But I am not like it's more likely that I get hosted somewhere else rather than me. If somebody wants to read my work, by all means, tell your favorite basketball writing website or whichever basketball. I don't know. Like there are a couple websites that had writers for them and stuff for 2K, but I don't know if any of them were paying or anything. I post information or make information available when it's useful. All of my information is basically on, like, I could just post a link to. Nobody wants to read my blog. They all want to see my Excel file or my Google Doc. And if I ever want to put that stuff up, I'll links will be made available in like the
So
appropriate
or
locations.
plus dreb plus badges times rarity equal rating.
Possibly, or rather, badges plus rating equals overall rebounding is more what I'm trying to say, and adjusting the overall rebounding, like the rebound ratings, um, like in that specific instance. I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say because we did recreate it with shot IQ rather than the rebound ratings, but something's at that point you gotta that's don't ask Mike why player X is rated lower than player Y, right? Ask him what's going on here because he's the guy who would have that answer, right? My focus is making sure players are rated properly, not whereas he's part of his job description is he's a
I
programmer,
think that
right?
would explain the letter ratings.
Oh, does it affect the later ratings, the badges? We can test that, I guess. Clark is a C minus, and if we take off those badges, or I guess it would be easier to just add a bunch of badges. Yeah, let's see what happens here. Yeah, letter grade is the same, but his rating obviously jumped a bunch.
I am not sure, but you could use a letter scale since it out of 100.
Oh, and to answer, I get boards for days. Lakers or Nets? The Nets don't have a complete team right now. They're short 3 players. They only have 14. Uh, they're going to have to sign somebody within 2 weeks in order to meet NBA roster minimums. And they have 3 roster spots open. So I mean, you can't. The Nets have no depth, but they're not a complete team. In general, I would have the Lakers. LeBron James has made the finals. What 10 out of the last 11 years? You'd have to be a fool to bet against them at this point. But but again, Nets. Are they? How many stars do they really have right now? Do they have 3 or do they have 2? On paper, the Nets. You know, this is the best. The top 3 players that have ever been assembled. I think this is a better trio in terms of star power than like the Golden State Warriors, right? Klay Thompson, I would consider like a tier below Kyrie Irving. Maybe not from a team building aspect. Obviously, if one of these guys is going to be a third star, like Klay Thompson as a 3 and D player is going to be a lot better at that than like Kevin. You're asking Kevin Durant to fill that role essentially, which I think he'd be a nightmare in that. Like you know, he's just a bigger version of Klay Thompson essentially. But like I don't think you get a I don't think you get a ton from playing James Harden and Kyrie Irving in the same lineup because there's only one basketball. But realistically, this is how you should be evaluating this trade. It's James Harden and Kevin Durant. Kyrie Irving, he's already been sitting out games for. He wants to be an activist, not an NBA player. So I wouldn't really count on him too much. He might be the odd man out. It's not a given that the Nets are gonna.
Durant plus Harden equal one healthy looking player.
Like healthy in terms of like aesthetically, because Durant is too skinny and like Harden's is like a overweight hobo. Atlanta. I did some work on Atlanta before. I dropped Trae Young down a point because he hasn't been shooting the ball well. Moving on from the Clark experimentation, like this ended up being a can of worms that I'm glad I worked on a little bit just to see that, but geez, their whole team is hurt. Like everybody that they added in the offseason got hurt, so they're a better team based on those merits, right? Because if they have the same roster as last year, except for Clint Capella, they're 500. So they're definitely better. All their offseason acquisitions are what you would hope would put them over the top. Like their offseason acquisition this year was Solomon Hill. He's the only one that's healthy. John Collins has been playing well. Capella I had dropped because his numbers are down, and just in general, like to get his rating more in line with he's not on the Collins level in terms of star. He's just like a guy in their lineup. DeAndre Hunter's like super improved. His rating's probably going to continue to go up. He's second in scoring. Well, third in scoring on the team, tied with Collins. I want to see if the defensive stuff goes up. They are 14th defensively, so they were awful defensively to start the year, and it looks like they turned that around a little bit. Maybe he's part of that. But yeah, I can see him being like, it's probably going to be an 82, 83 overall. I don't think there's anything I really got to change on them. Heat. This team not gonna do it tonight. They require a deep dive. Not a super deep dive actually. Uh, Miami, they're 4-5. Did they play today? They had a canceled game, right? That's why they're short again. Yeah, they did not play. Okay. They're 21st offensively and 16th defensively. They've had players in and out of the lineup. Jimmy's only played 6 games, and he hasn't been 21.9 PER. Like his value is tied to a defense. I'm not gonna tank him off of that. Like he's realistically been like a 92 rather than a 94, but whatever. Bam's production is up. I could probably find a way to get him up. The problem is the formula counts rebounding so much, and it needs to start counting like pass and ball handle and all this stuff. Like perimeter play is important for centers now, and it doesn't count anything towards the overall, and it needs to. Duncan Robinson's numbers look down. Yeah, he's shooting 40% on threes. Last year he was at 45. I'm sure that'll come around. I don't care too much. Lennox fine. Dragic is up from the regular season. What do you do in the playoffs? It's better than what he did in the playoffs. So I'm not touching him. And this is a lot higher than what 2K's got it at. Heroes. 12.9 PER. Assist rate. Like, I don't think this is no, this is factoring in his 40-something or 30-something point game he just had. He had 34 last game and 31 the game before that to kind of salvage his line for the year because he had 15 points combined in the 2 games before that. So hasn't really been consistent. He's not really a point guard. Like that's the awkward thing is like Jimmy Butler's essentially the point guard in the starters. That can go away. Myers Leonard has played 3 games. Shoulder injury. Played 7 minutes the last 2 games ago. We can do that. Maybe we go. I think I'm content with him there for now. While he's not in the rotation. Just adjust. Oh my god. I hate making typos. How long have I been live? Hey, do I
Hey,
respond?
do you respond?
I sure do. Let me see live. I started streaming 5 hours ago. God damn. I'm eventually gonna need to get something to eat, but I can still go on. Oops. Linux is 80. That's fine. Let me see the heat real quick. I like how I say things like, "Oh yeah, I'm not going to touch on them," and then once I get started, it's the compulsive. Mo Harkless negative 4.8 PER in 49 minutes. He is not Jay Crowder. That is.
What is your max viewer count?
My max viewer count for today, or just in general? I don't know. Probably like 10 for like a live stream. I don't have like a super big following. I don't like advertise when I'm going to start streaming.
All time.
All time, like how many people have watched me like since the beginning of time? I don't know. I could check my analytics, but I don't know. Doing too many things at once, man. KDR Paul's playing. I just want to see positions. Like, do I need to shift Harkless around? Harkless is fine at the 3, it looks like. Iggy. Am I shifting Iggy back to the 3 from the 4? I'm not certain. No, well, never mind. I have to remember that, like, 2K, not 2K, Basketball Reference, like, their position system is so fucked that everything has to be, like, taken with a grain of salt. Because they have a Linux at center and Bam and Precious at power forward. Even though Linux and, like, Iggy and Leonard and Harkless are the ones that are all subbing in for each other, and, like, Bam and Achua are like very clearly each other's backup. In fact, I should probably just take the second position off of them. Let me just make sure, checking a Linux lineups to make sure that he does not play with Bam at all. He does not. So that goes away, that goes away. I'm gonna check Silva too real quick. Silva plays with Olenek. He did play with Achua. Okay. I'll leave him at the 4. Or 5-4, whatever. Alright, let me see Bam real quick.
Where do you live?
Where do I live? Come on, Siri. I live in New York. Let's do that. I know that doesn't change his rating, but I want to get him up to an 88.
What is your job?
What's your job, bro? I'm the real 2K insider. My normal job when before the Corona apocalypse was I worked in hospitality. I'm a bartender, waiter, manager, like whatever hat you need me to wear in a restaurant. Like I'm fully capable. Like there was one week where I was like shift leader as a server. and then they needed me to close on dishwash. And then one of the cooks the next week called out, and
In the corner store employee.
I worked in the morning. I did like an opening shift, and they were like, "Hey, so and so called out, and there's only going to be one cook. Can you cook tonight? Do you have any experience doing that? No, you don't have any. Oh, can we train you for like 20 minutes, and maybe you can do it?" So I worked on grill for the first time in my life, like last year, and then um, I was a bartender like a couple days later. So I did like four different positions in like a 2 week period, and like which is totally like I'm one of the few like like my classification was I was hired as a server at that location, but like I'm a lot more flexible than the average person than you'll meet
So you're a chef and a bartender?
in the industry. I wouldn't say I was a chef, more like a line cook. I'm not. I don't profess to be good. Like I can't make my own recipes or anything like that. You know what I mean? But if you tell me, like I can drop mozzarella sticks in a fryer. You know what I mean? Like cooking's not hard. That's why they have a lot of morons doing it. Hopefully nobody from my job is watching right now or anything. But like um, you don't need to be highly educated to be a chef, but it's its own be just because you're smart doesn't mean that you know how to make food. You know what I mean? They're not mutually exclusive. Who do you want to make your food? The guy who's a numbers geek, or or the guy who's I don't know, you know, whoever. You typically don't want the numbers guy to make your food. Is basically my
So
point.
you're wife material?
I'm wife material? No, no. I can balance a checkbook, but that's not. I'm not wifey material. No. At least I don't think so. I definitely, no, but no, ain't nobody hiring me for my cooking ability, or not hiring me, but marrying me, I should say, for my cooking ability. That I can, that I can attest. All right, bam, 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 bam. All right, shot IQ can go up. Offensive consistency can go up. All right, we're already done. Great. Did exactly what I wanted to do.
Do you have COVID?
Nope. The best part about being a roster editor is it's very difficult to get COVID. If you're gonna stream on YouTube, working on a 2K roster for 6 hours, it decreases your exposure to people. That's actually why I enjoy restaurant work so much. In general, is because it's a very social type of work. It it helps check my boxes. Like if it was my job to just like work from home on like doing this kind of like data entry or whatever for 40 hours a week or I would lose my mind. You know, it's how I'm able to combine getting paid with like my social life. So that aspect has always worked for me. I definitely enjoy restaurant work. Um, So how do we change? So how do we combine somebody's pure love of basketball and statistics into a social job where it's your job to like read other people and also be good with I excel at the numbers aspects of hospitality, but you know I would like to think I would make a good general manager one day, but that requires having a strong personality and leadership, which are not as we talked about a little bit with like John Stockton. Those are not mutually exclusive traits. Being a good being a great team player or performer on the court does not always translate to leadership qualities. I think leadership qualities are definitely something that I could certainly work on, at least if I was giving myself like a self-assessment or whatever. And I've been in management positions before, which is why I prefer to be like a level below that. I have the skill set of a manager, but I prefer to not make the tough kind of decisions. Like I don't want to have to fire anybody, you know. And you gotta do what you gotta do when you're in business. You know what I mean? That is where I get emotionally compromised. This is why I.
Firing people sucks. Literally had to do that today.
Oh damn! I'm sorry. What'd they do? If you don't mind my I would if I'm gonna fire somebody, I would prefer it to be because they were stealing or something easy. You know what I mean? Obviously, I don't want somebody to rob me, but I mean, I would hate if
Hey,
it was.
emoji kissing face with closed eyes.
Hey, babe. Emoji kissing face with closed eyes.
Brayden, where do you work? Where? I work in a factory. We're so lazy too slow, no motivation, and did not respond to directions.
Yep.
Are you the boss?
Those somebody like that would grind my gears. I still wouldn't want to fire them. I feel like you can always rehab. You can
I am a production supervisor.
you can lead a camel to water, but you
You
can't make
like
it
it
drink.
up the stink.
Uh,
You get that bread?
all right. I got bad news for Patrick because I have no problem banning people from my channel. Let's see. Users' messages will be. I've hidden the user on my channel, so their comments will never show up again.
I find Patrick is a douche.
But I always prefer to go that extra length. I don't have problems blocking people. There's only so much time that you have. Life is short. I could probably do it offline. I would have to click his profile and stuff.
But he had a good question.
Did he?
You like it in the brownie?
Do I? You tell me, bro. Just be careful. Bam. Why is the close rating so low? Hold on. Oh no, this is mid-range and it's 3. Okay. Can those go up? Looks like it's nah, not really. He still does all his damage from like close and 3. I mean close and inside.
For my age I would say yes, but for my position no, I do not get that bread.
I think I can do this. I will probably just call it for there. 20, 80, 85, 8. What is my average center rated right now anyway? 84?
Would it be possible to view your Excel sheet for this?
Perhaps one day, but not at present. That's information that like I would definitely put on like a Patreon or something like. As you guys may have seen my like what my file looks like on like different streams. It's pretty up there in terms of like functionality and complexity. Like I think that if you wanted to edit
Can
rosters,
you take Patrick out of timeout, please? I
well,
want to talk to him.
you can both talk to each other there. Like I said, I don't have a high tolerance for bullshit. I'm from New York, baby. Just back out real quick. Yeah. I don't have
I
a 3
liked
strike.
it better when it was just us talking about ratings.
Yeah, of course. I don't know. Sometimes bots are not bots. Like, who knows? I don't know who surfs YouTube. You know what I mean? Sorry. What do they have? They've got it in an 81. Sometimes, usually reloading adjusts the
Trolls.
average. 84 still. Okay. So point guards, power forwards, and centers, my average is an 84. At the 3, it's an 83, and at the 2, it's an 82. I'm still not sure how accurate that actually is, but whatever. I'm willing to not going to focus too much on it. Okay, beautiful. Yeah, that's what I like to see. Iguodala.
I always feel like Olynyk is overrated.
Yeah, I'll check him in a second. Not Olynyk. Iguodala positions. Just want to make sure he's at the 4. Yep, 4. Don't have to look too far. Olynyk is... His position's on par with what it was last year. His rebounding went down. His blocks went up. His shooting and scoring and everything is basically the same besides that, so I'm just going to leave him. He rates slightly higher than he normally would because last year he would have been at center, which would drop his rating a couple points. And because he's a starter, I also have his intangibles up. Ugh. Yeah, this is actually the post shot stuff right here. He gets a decent amount of overall value from that, even though it's not something that they go to like terribly often. All right, 81 now for him.
Maybe it is just I am not a fan of him.
I like him. I think he's fine. So basically, the takeaway from this is like my average starter is like an 82 minimum for the most part, or at least So most starters are just going to be in the low 80s. So I'm fine with him there, especially since he's starting. In terms of like, I don't think he should have a higher rating than like Tyler Hero. But in terms of like his overall value, he's probably on par with like Duncan Robinson. Speaking of Hero, let's see if there's anything crazy we can do here. I'm sure he rates much higher at 2. Yep, 3 points higher at the 2. And we've already maxed that. So... Oh, hello. I mean, he's not actually consistent, so that's not... really saying much. Pass rating, nah. He's already rated high in shots. Rebounds are up.
7.5 is the max it give there. For Ocon.
Yeah. I've already adjusted his pass rating. So we're just boosting his rebound 5 points. And... oh, you know what? His speed ratings might be low. I think we can afford to do that, and that more or less had the desired result. think I'm fine with all that. Gabe Vincent play, like, I'm sure I can raise Gabe Vincent off of his, he scored 24 points on 9 of 20 shooting in the last game, which is the bulk of his NBA experience. Vincent's rated mostly off of his G League stats. I think I'm just going to boost him to a 60 here. That might be low. Yeah, you can. Two K has that as 66 default, so I'm just going to make it a 75. This will probably boost him a point. Yep. All right. Boom. Everything else, I would want to watch tape, like his speed rating, etc. Probably can go up or something like that. None. Are we still considering him a 2, or did he start playing more 1? Oh, he only played 5 games. He's out for health and safety. That's right. They are short players. This is like kind of inconclusive. Like, at least with the Bulls, it was announced that like the 4 guys that they'd ruled them out for like a 4-game road trip, but it's not like super clear how long these guys are all going to be out. Butler, Dragic, Nunn, Bam, Mo Harkless, and Udonis Haslem are expected to miss the next week of action due to health and safety protocols. This is the most annoying aspect of this year. From an editing standpoint, is else, Jimmy? Oh, huh. They added self-isolating as an injury term. This is everybody. Oh no, Avery Bradley. Now that's a lot of red crosses. Let's see. Oh, beautiful. Hey, we got their rotation.
Where Wayne Simeon when you need him?
Oh man, what happened to Wayne Simeon? He just never got healthy in his career, right? Oh wow, Wayne Simeon retired from professional basketball in May of 2009 to pursue work in Christian ministry.
Michael Doliak 1-0 day coming soon.
Michael Doliak, I'm assuming that was. Michael Doliak, 10 day coming soon. I mean, there's a ton of players that the Heat should have signed somebody. You know, I don't on like hardship exceptions, but you know, they should have thought ahead and like changed the timelines on this a little bit. You know, or thought to expand rosters this year. Because like, there's a ton of free agents that you know can play in the NBA, no question. Guys like Noah Vonleh, Isaiah Thomas has been looking for a job for a long time. You know, there's definitely options. Ooh. Fortunately, this is only for a week. You know, normally the Heat have had some years where this was their injury. You know how things looked for the entire year. Let me check in with Devontae Graham. I think I'm going to call it soon. Shooting it a little better, it looks like. It was 7 of 15 in his last game against the Knicks. Knicks are good for doing that. The real thing is, what are we doing with LaMelo? Oh my God, LaMelo's like easily the best player on the team, right? LaMelo's production's up there with Gordon Hayward's. This is... I have his hand rating at 99. Okay. I'm not going to argue it. Pass. Well, it's not all great. We're going to drop his close rating by a bit. His mid-range reading is fine. He's like 2 for 3. His 3-ball can go up. Hey, archetype shift. Shot IQ, I assume. His 8. We're gonna boost his pass accuracy, actually. His AT ratio is kind of ridiculous. Shot IQ. 7. Math is hard. 18.4 plus 5 is 23 is yeah, we could bring that to like an 84. No questions asked. Steals and bull. Oh boy. Oh boy. All right. I could probably. We're gonna do that. Steal. Oh boy. Oh boy. None of this has affected his overall rating, of course. Okay, the rest, I'm kind of just waiting on defensive data. So if he's defending well, probably goes up to an 80. And this has got to drop. Hayward. What is dropping though? Is it the shot ratings? Nope. Why is he rating so high? Is it just because the formula sucks? Or I guess I can drop that because I doubt he's gonna make the All-Star team. Yeah, I kind of anticipated him going back to like his Utah self, but he's still like a tier below that. Okay. I think I'm okay with him as an 85 for the moment. He is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, like the 7th best starting small forward in the NBA. Behind Braun, Kawhi, Jimmy, Tatum, Middleton, Brandon Ingram. Ahead or tied with like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, ahead of like Michael Porter Jr. and I have Victor Oladipo here, but we can switch him to back to shooting guard, I think. Yeah, everything else. Anything else with them? Bridges started playing bad again. Boom, boom, boom. But nothing crazy. I'm not gonna bother with him. Caleb Martin. He can probably go up. Nobody else on the team merits anything. Malik Monk made his season debut. Okay, he's active. Caleb Martin. We'll just do this. I think that's fine. I'm not gonna wring my hands over him. Like shot IQ, offensive consistency, all that jazz. Yeah, let's boost him 5 points each spot. I guess intangibles technically can go up to a 70. So he might be a 75. We'll see. Boom. Yeah, 75. Let's drop that. And let's do that. Why is this a 60? Oh, oops. Boom. Okay, I think that all checks out. Let me do some quick notations, and then I think I'm going to call it. Thank you guys for watching. Be on the lookout for my next team review. Was going to do the Rockets, but shifting with that's probably put off by a week. I think I'll do team reviews for all the teams that were part of the James Harden trade. And maybe shift my. I'm not sure. I got to think about what I want my next team that I review to be. But thanks for watching. Appreciate the support, and I'll see y'all guys next time. Come on, the 2K servers, man. Why isn't it showing me in the list? Yep. Okay, cool.